That's in what you do in the hiring process. That's in what you do in the hiring process. Yeah, people you work with might be good. Yeah, it's like after like 5 years, get like 8 grand if you launch your study. I think like
Put it inside another minute.
You do a little pre-warning.
If you haven't done so, you can start checking your phones to make sure that they're on or they're on silent. We're going to get started in another minute. I want to thank City Staff and the City Administrator for this beautiful gavel that says Mayor Daisy Riceborough 2017-2021. And with that, we will call this meeting to order. I love November. It is the best month of the year for me. Not that it's my birthday month, but mostly because it is my favorite holiday to give thanks. It's something that we should do all year long, but definitely November is my favorite month of all. So as we get started today, is Wednesday, November 10th, 2021. And we're gathered here in our beautiful Lake County City Hall for a regular City Commission meeting. And as we call this meeting to order, we are now going to dispense with our ceremonial matters, which is our pledge, and that will be followed by our pledge, by our prayer, legislative prayer, which will be conducted by Pastor Vince. So please all rise for the pledge.
Of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Let's pray. Can we stay standing, please? Heavenly Father, we want to thank you, as it was already spoken about the month of November, that we should be grateful for what we have, not what we desire, what we didn't get, but the fact that every day we wake up to a usual blue sky, we have a moon at night. Thank you for the weather that we have in the state of Florida. Thank you for our lovely city of Lake County. Father, we pray for the outgoing mayor, for Daisy Ressler, and for Kelly Fresca, the commissioner. We pray also as they leave, they get back to normal life, that incoming, our new mayor, Cameron Lane, and Commissioner Heather Rutledge would take the reins and continue moving our city in a forward direction We ask a blessing upon this meeting tonight. Thank you for tranquility and peace. And everyone said in Jesus' name, amen.
Amen.
Thank you so much. As it goes to the agenda, commissioners, do we have any additions, deletions, or modifications to the agenda?
Yes, if possible, I'd like to move one of the items up to the proclamation section, should be 9, it would be. That's the Lois Long wants to address the city and present a picture drawing of their house that was done years ago.
9B,
9B,
90, the proclamations,
yes,
under 9A.
yes.
Okay.
Oh, Mick,
What was what number was the original?
It was.
Oh, it wasn't, okay.
you're making it 9B, Roger?
Yeah, making it 90, so it's,
It was under public comment.
oh, okay. So now it's just the presentation to the commission, 90, rules long.
I have a modification. I would like to bring 14A, public forum. After the consent agenda, 10A, or 10, let's see, because it would be 10C after 10C.
Can I ask you a reason why you want to move that public forum into that area?
Yes, especially in the sense that we have a resident who has come over today, and he's a veteran, and he has the situation with the water bill for, that we all were aware of for 6100. And he's here today, and he'd like to discuss it. It wasn't on the agenda, but he's here and he would like to have a moment to talk to the commission. But waiting until 10:30 at night might be a difficult matter.
Would you mind, Commissioner Frasca, if we move that moment to that point rather than the entire public forum?
I would be fine with that. Thank you.
So what are we moving specifically to what
I
point?
think we just added.
We would add and to what section?
I would say, actually, it's up to you guys if you want to do it.
Under new business, because that's what, where's the old business?
It's old business, it's already paid. We have discussed it.
You want to move it to 11A and move 11A down, or you want to do?
Either one after, yeah, 11A would be good.
Just move 11A to 11B.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for your understanding.
Please. Can we pick that up? Any others? Anything else? Roger, anything else? Well, with that, moves us up to our next item on here, which is approval of the minutes. If Commissioner, if you can review it, or if you have.
I make a motion.
Just a reminder, folks, if you haven't put your phones on silent, please, thank you. So we have a motion by Commissioner Francis to approve the minutes.
Second.
Any discussion? Anyone out in the community? Okay. Motion by Fresca with a second by Commissioner Eckert to approve the minutes. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion passes. Okay, we're now to item number 5, which is the adjourned city. And before we do, I'd like to see if there's any closing comments before this commission comes to a close. We'll start with Zone 4.
It's been my pleasure to serve with both you, Mayor Razor, and Commissioner Frasca these past 2 years. I wish you well in your new, what was the previous say, your new life that you've got back.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you, man. Thank you, Commissioner.
Zone 3.
I look forward to being able to call you and going out to dinner with you and your husband and being able to cheer on the line and not have to worry about either one of us breaking rules.
I look forward to
Thank you
it.
for everything that you've done.
Thank you so much. So, Duke?
I didn't get that chance, except for maybe 1 year to work with you guys. It's been a pleasure. You have a lot of energy and enthusiasm for Lake Helen, and you showed that, and you've always been involved. And Kelly, you've always been, straightforward to the citizens and not hiding your opinion or desires from them, and being truthful and as open as possible. I just appreciated working for you guys.
Thank you. It was beautiful. Thank you. So, Mark?
I'd like to say a something. Thank you. Hello, how are y'all doing tonight? I have to say that was the strongest Pledge of Allegiance I have ever heard. So thank you so much. And in honor of Veterans Day, it means a lot. So, heard a little something. I just want to say it's been an honor to serve the citizens of Lake Helen with integrity. I'm proud of the work that I've been able to achieve in my term. I hope I have shown that there can be honesty within government and that we all deserve transparency. And remember, it's imperative that we stay engaged, ask questions, and pursue those answers, as we should always hold our government, including our elected officials, accountable. It's very important. They are bound by an oath to serve all of us equally and without prejudice. A little bit about myself. My journey with Lake Helen began with a baby on my hip and one holding my hand. As my family volunteered with the city and the community events, but over the 8+ years in my journey has evolved, and I'm not finished yet. When God closes one door, He opens another one, and God, I'm ready. So tonight I step down with hope and faith for the future of Lake Helen and its citizens, and I will always keep Lake Helen in my heart. And this is not a goodbye, this is just a new beginning. So thank you. My phone number will stay the same, and I am always here for Lake Helen and all of its citizens. So thank you so much.
I do have a few words. It's going to be a little bit more than Commissioner Frasco. I do have something that I'd like to share with the commissioners, and I would, all these documents, they could be included to the November 10th meeting. And Commissioner Frasco, can you leave one there for Commissioner? Commissioner, thank you. And also, I will be leaving on the dais here a letter to the incoming mayor. Here we are 4 years later. If I had to define politics, I would say it's like swimming naked, with all your virtues and flaws exposed for everyone to see, criticize, or compliment. We demonstrate our true character during times of challenge, and these past 4 years have opened my eyes to human dynamics from many unexpected teachers. And I know I've been changed by this experience. To me, hope is about finding the crack that allows the light in, and so I thank God for being my light. I thank my husband, George Racer, who endured much for someone who was not in office. I also include my son, my mother, and my family for their kindness, patience, and support. Thank you to all of you who voted for me the first term and the second term. Your trust has been my fuel. I thank the various pastors in our community for their opening prayers and the blessings that guard our city. I also thank former Mayor Buddy Snowden for his support, kindness, and his love for Lake County. Let me add, no decision made on the dais would become a reality without the good works of our administrative staff, public work employees, and police officers. Thank you for your dedication to our fine city. And to avoid excluding anyone, thank you to all for our citizens who volunteer their time, resources, our civic groups, our schools, and churches. Thank you all. Having said that, preamble. Having said that, let me draw attention back to the dais. All differences aside, I thank the former commissioners and present whom I served with. We did a lot. It was like we were trying to bring Lake Helen to the 21st century while preserving our small-town charm. Not an easy task. From simple things as giving the city website a facelift to many capital improvements projects throughout the city, such as road and stormwater projects. A new public works building at the Lemon Hall site. LED lights throughout the city. Many beautiful homes added to the tax roll, increasing our revenue substantially. We provided raises to all our employees, and we did that without raising taxes. We increased our utility coverage to include the Casadega Spiritual Camp. We made many improvements to our hallmarks, our parks. A work in progress. At Blake Park, we upgraded the playground equipment with funds from the 5K Stress Buster, an event initiated by our former Commissioner Ann Robbins, so please do sign up for the 5K. It goes to help our parks. At Lake Mesa, with generous donations from the Moore family, we added a new pavilion. We acquired more land and expanded Melissa Park and earmarked funds for new park equipment. At the Equestrian Park, we added new railing around the arena, courtesy of the West Volusia Saddle Club. Also, soon to be installed, new exercise equipment to the Health Fitness Trail, thanks to the Richies and Advent Health. And let's remember real quick, talk about preservation. A big chunk of a $43,000 grant was used to install new trees and shoreline plants added to the landscape, as well as removing parts of the land bridge created by vegetation. All these improvements add to the quality of life that we associate with living in Lake Helen. We have been a very proactive commission. An additional bonanza, we annexed more territory, bringing our west border to our sister city, Deland, making us a player on I-4. Now it will be upon future commissions to ensure that the economic development zone provides our citizens a place to work within our city boundaries and boost our economy. As a collective commission, promises will be kept. As many of you have come to learn through recent events, the current city administrator, Mr. Lieven, who has demonstrated leadership, as well as I have mentioned at public meetings, issues of concern that are being addressed now were due to not adhering to city policies. I am proud to report that during the last year with Mr. Evan, his administration, we have been working on strengthening city policies and adhering to them. I report to future commissions and our citizens. There is still a lot of work to be done. Policies provide administration with the tools to help enact the will of the commission with transparency, a responsibility owed to the citizens' trust. To future commissions, I pray you will work with the mayor, your mayor, not because he's the mayor, but because, like you, not perfect, and like you, has chosen to make a difference. More could be done when we work together, keeping the end goal in sight, the collective Lake Helen, and not one individual. I pray that future commissions display more respect and compassion with our citizens, regardless if they voted for you or not. Remember, you have an inside perspective that they don't have. I pray that our citizens know that dividing and conquering does not promote community. You also have a responsibility and cannot blame the commission for your own actions. It takes courage and compassion to find common ground and work together. All things aside, I am proud to report from the inside looking out that our city is stronger today than when I first took office. So I urge future commissions, follow the comprehensive plan and stay the course by focusing on preservation and not selling out to every request moving you to stay away from what has been proven so marked road. You don't have to look too far to see the results of development. The future of Lake Helen looks very promising, showcasing Lake Helen as the city as one of the last bastions of Florida charm. Together, let's make that our common goal. So citizens of Lake Helen, thank you for the opportunity to serve as mayor of this fine city. And now the time has come for me to turn over the city. The traveling gavel, they're brought here. The City Hall gavel. The keys to City Hall, the keys to the office of the mayor, and the rest of this meeting. and the future of our city. God bless Lake County. Thank you. And now I will adjourn this meeting. Cindy.
Members of the audience, citizens of Lake County, as the city clerk, I am empowered by the charter to disclose on the second day of November, an election is held for the office of mayor and of the city commission zone 1. I will now read the results of that election. Vernon Burton, 338 votes. Cameron Lane, 476 votes for the office of mayor. For the office of City Commission Zone 1, Patty Frasca, 289 votes. Heather Rutledge, 500 votes. This time it be appropriate to swear in the new members of the City Commission. Oh, I might add, Commissioner Basso was reelected with 0 votes.
Thank you, Lee. That's not easy to do.
Obviously, he was unopposed, and therefore was elected automatically. So at this point, it'd be appropriate, the Assistant City Clerk will swear in the new members of the commission. Yeah, I think it'd be appropriate.
We have someone hold back first? No, but that's my job. I might.
First? Yeah. Raise your right hand. I,
Figure it out.
I, Richard Vessel,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support,
that I will
protect,
protect
and defend
and defend
the Constitution
the Constitution
and government of the United States
and government of the United States
and of the state of Florida
and the state of Florida
against all enemies,
against all enemies,
domestic or foreign,
foreign or domestic,
and that I will bear true faith,
and I will bear true faith,
loyalty,
loyalty,
and allegiance to the same,
and allegiance to the same,
and that I am entitled
and that I am entitled
to hold office
to hold office
under the Constitution,
under the Constitution,
that I will faithfully perform
that I will faithfully
all duties
all duties
of the office
of the office
of Commissioner, Zone 3 of the City of Lake Helen,
of Commissioner of Zone 3 of the City of Lake County,
on which I am about to enter.
on which I'm about
So help me God.
to so help me God.
Congratulations. Raise your right hand. I, Heather Rutledge,
I, Heather Rutledge,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support,
that I will support,
protect,
protect,
and defend
and defend
the Constitution
the Constitution
and government of the United States
and government of the United States
and of the state of Florida
and of the state of Florida
against all enemies,
against all enemies,
domestic or foreign,
domestic or foreign,
and that I will bear true faith,
and that I will bear true faith,
loyalty,
loyalty,
and allegiance to the same,
and allegiance to the same,
and that I am entitled
and that I am entitled
to hold office
to hold office
under the Constitution,
under the Constitution,
that I will faithfully perform
that I will faithfully perform
all duties
all duties
of the office of Commissioner Zone 1
of the office of Commissioner of Zone 1
of the City of Lake County,
of the City of Lake Helen,
on which I am about to enter.
on which I am about to enter.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations.
You can't stay out there any longer.
Yeah, you gotta come up here now.
do solemnly swear
that I will support,
that I will support,
protect,
protect,
and defend
and defend
the Constitution
the Constitution
and government of
and
the United
government of the
States
United States
and of the state of Florida
and of the state of Florida
against all enemies,
against all enemies,
domestic or foreign,
domestic or foreign,
and that I will bear true faith,
and that I will bear true faith,
loyalty,
loyalty,
and allegiance to the same,
and allegiance to the same,
and that I am entitled
and that I am entitled
to hold office
to hold office
under the Constitution,
under the Constitution,
that I will faithfully perform
that I will faithfully perform
all duties
all duties
of the office of mayor
of the office of mayor
of the city of Lake Helen,
of the city of Lake Helen,
on which I am about to enter.
on which I am about to enter.
So help me God.
So help me God.
I'm far in, so I'm on the far end, Mayor, so we'll go ahead and go first.
Bear with me one moment. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to take this old gavel and call this new meeting to order, and thank you all very much. I would like to present to Mayor Raisler, former Mayor Raisler. Where are you? Dave? Would you come forward, please? I'd like to make this presentation to Mayor Daisy Raisler in appreciation for your years of service from a great community, the City of Lake Helen, 2017 to 2021. Thank you very much, and let's have another round of applause. And former Commissioner Raskin. There you go.
Tiptoe boots. Aww.
Commissioner Kelly Fraskin, in appreciation for your years of service from a grateful community, City of Lake Helen, 2019 through 2021. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair would like to call on Commissioner Rutledge to say a few words.
Thank you. I want to start out by saying thank you to former Mayor Raisler and Commissioner Frasco for your willingness to serve our city. And I commend your willingness to do so because I know that it's a hard job and it's some shoes to fill. I also want to thank my fellow Gemsters for all of your support, and I really look forward to serving you. Thank you.
And I would like to take a few moments to say thank you to a number of you. First, I'd like to thank Vernon Burton for his continued support and love for this community, his willingness to serve, and his willingness to put himself on the line in the election process. Thank you, Mr. Burton. I'd like to thank Mayor Daisy, the commission, and all the former mayors and commissioners take that moment. Anybody here who has been a former mayor or commissioner, please stand up. We walk on your shoulders and we appreciate, and like no one else, we can understand your service, and that appreciation is all the more heartfelt and deep. Thank you. Thank you, city staff, consultants, attorneys, all the people that work for us and have made this city great. Thank you for my family who has put up with me through this election process, come to stand by me tonight. You've made it all possible and you make it all worthwhile. I really appreciate it. Thank you to my friends who stood beside me as well. Thank you, fellow citizens. Y'all are the reason. I will take a moment now to say, and I'll do it a little differently than normally, I'd like everybody here who is not a veteran to stand up and give our veterans a round of applause. I'm going to strive to serve this city. I will make mistakes, but they won't be huge ones, I don't think. That's not bragging, it's just there's not that much that rests on my shoulders. I might make some rules of order wrong or something like that, but I don't have the power to make any huge mistakes, thank goodness. I did when I was in our family business, and I made a few, and we paid the price, and life is kind to some of us, and I appreciate all the support I've had through all these years getting ready for this. This is the highest office to which I will ever attain or desire. And so it's a great momentous night for me. I really appreciate it. I can't tell you the depth of which I appreciate it. I can only show you in the work that I do. I will work hard for this city, I assure you. Thanks specifically my wife for all the work she did. She did probably 90% of the work in my campaign. She's amazing and fantastic. I did check with the attorney. We've already received a few calls about whether or not we're breaking any rules. It's an amazing work, but we aren't. There's no sunshine law that applies to us with her being on PLDRC and me being on this board. So don't worry, we can talk about anything. And we probably won't talk about it much at all. So thank you, dear. And I want to say a couple of words about the city. The city is in great shape from everything I've heard. We've got our issues, but we're in great shape. We've got a tremendous amount of money coming in thanks to the COVID windfalls that are sweeping across the nation. We were solid financially before that. These are just windfalls. This isn't what's bailed us out. We're just really going to be able to do some exciting things over the next few years. It takes a while for this to filter through. It takes a while for a city to do anything. But we're gonna be putting that money to good use. We look for your suggestions and opportunities to make that real, to make it as effective as it can be. There's a thing in sports called momentum. We've all seen it. In the round of 16, number 32 team can beat the number 1 team with momentum. Everybody on the number 32 team trained hard and practiced hard, but they don't have the talent or the great hyper skills or bodies of the number 1 team. But momentum can make all the difference. This city's a little bit that way. We're small in stature, small in staff, but we've got momentum now, I do believe. Thanks to those that have come before us. So I want to keep that momentum going. I want to say that while there have been, I heard on the campaign trail a great deal of negativity, but that's where I want this momentum to kick in. I want this momentum to carry through that. I want those of you who do have negative thoughts and feelings towards the city, I understand that. But but help us in this process. Help us move forward with momentum. You can still bring the same things forward in a way that will help us rather than not help us. Didn't have anything particularly flowery in that language, but I think you understand, and I appreciate that. I will close by saying, by quoting Philippians 4:8. Finally, brethren, whatever things are true, whatever things are noble, whatever things are just, whatever things are pure, whatever things are lovely, whatever things are of good report, if there is any virtue, and if there is anything praiseworthy, and there is, meditate on these things. Thank you very much. Turn it over to Mr. Basso to say a few words as well.
I served once before with Cameron, I think it was 7 years ago. I enjoyed working next to him. He's sharp, he does his homework, and I think the city can look forward to his leadership. But I gotta tell you, I never knew your first name was George. So hopefully we'll find out a few more things about Cameron in the years to come, but I look forward to working with you.
I hold my secrets close to this. I would like to take the gavel initiative and declare a recess for 10 minutes. My wife and my family have prepared some refreshments, couldn't think of the word. Refreshments in my new office, just down this hall. So I thought you were going to get out of the way. I'll stand between the people and the food. So we will recess, let's say, until 1:45. Thank you very much.
That's a little unusual.
In some areas, yes. In some areas, what you'll see is some people want to cover it up. And they can do it. Somebody else. And they can do it and they're selling shirts. They can probably do that. Do the litigation. There's so much good work that comes out of everybody knows before they make any decision. Everybody comes in. Whereas we're here now, Randy tried to do he says it keeps you out of city hall, so it's hard to they know and they only really get and the consequences. I But I know I heard some things from Joe. I didn't do Sydney. So this is like how I did that. Some guys that didn't they have me here, but I haven't had them. So if I don't feel that it's January, I can they'll still do it. I mean, they have.
Once you win the seat,
Years ago, we had a summer gas prices, $5 a gallon years ago.
Yes, sir.
Good evening once again, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to call the meeting to order. Thank you all for all those pleasantries. It was nice. We'll move through the agenda.
Mayor, I have a quick question for you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Will we provide snacks every month now going forward?
Robert,
Just asking, Mayor, thank you.
I believe in sharing size, and I mean, you're welcome to any. First thing on our agenda is to elect a vice mayor. I am assuming that it will be our longest serving commissioner. This is historically done. I will entertain a motion from the commission. Anybody want to nominate anybody?
Yes, sir. I might not be
I make a motion to accept Jim Connell as vice mayor.
Second. I have a motion and a second for Jim Connell to once again be our vice mayor.
I accept.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank
Any
you.
opposed? Motion carries. Congratulations, sir. Would you like to say a few words?
No, sir.
Oh, hallelujah. I'd like to call now Louis Long, who desires to make a presentation to the city.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Mayor, Commissioners, one and all. Point of privilege. Something's ringing in my ears on many things, but in particular, something former Mayor Stacy said. Lake Helen is a collective community, not about one individual. And I wanted to share that. That of all the things Stacy said, that one thing really struck. So thank you again for moving this up. There, Clark has a picture. He is home, he got home today, so he's a little bit tired, and happy to be here with us to present that. But he's a veteran as well as Karen and me. This picture is of our house that we wanted to get hung in Hopkins Hall, frankly, before the home tour. Now, briefly, and Karen filled me in a little bit more, I didn't know this morning, why the picture of our house was not in Hopkins Hall. They kept saying, well, you had on the home tour, Christmas tour. And we happened to have been home. Karen was pregnant with Clark, and we were on the home tour. That's when the Daughertys came through, and then bought the eyebrow house. Well,
basically to make us,
here.
1988 was the 100th anniversary of the Lake Helen becoming a city. And the League for Better Living wanted to have the first home tour that year. And because Lewis was stationed in Germany at the time, but would be home in Florida in February, they had the first home tour in February of 1988, late January, early February of 1988. And that's when Mary Heatner did this pending drawing of the home tour. And we didn't have our home again on tour until the 125th in 2013 anniversary of the founding of Lake Helen. So, but one of the presidents, the former president, I think Bart Galakowski, of the League of Better Living, said, you know, but all this was given to me, and I saw a drawing of her house. And Lewis said, oh, that's what happened to it, because he knew it had been done. And so we got with the city clerk, and they told us what the dimensions, and so we couldn't find the exact same frame, but we got it framed similarly, and so that at least it will blend in. And we hope to have it hung in Hopkins Hall with the other homes that have been on the home tour. So we thank you.
I sat on Dorothy Schneider's back porch. I asked her if Mary had done one. She showed it to me. Oh, I knew she had. Well, then what happened?
The rest is history.
Something happened.
Finally, we got it.
Well, thank you to the Long family, thank you to the Long family for your service and for your. We'll be sure that is displayed appropriately. Thank you.
Yeah, Karen and Daisy and all found the perfect place for it.
Good. Chair will entertain a motion to accept the consent agenda, or anybody would like to withdraw anything from that?
I'd like to withdraw C.
Okay.
I'll go ahead and make a motion to approve the consent agenda as approved, except for item C.
Second.
Motion by Powell, second by Basso to approve the consent agenda, so item A and B. We'll move on to item C now, approval of special event application. Oh, we have a vote on that. All opposed? Say nay. All in favor, say
Aye.
aye. Motion carries.
Did you have a point? Did you say?
I'm sorry, I can't hear you. Approval of special event application Lake Fest 2022. Would you like to address that?
I read through the application, and based on the past 6 months and all the issues that we've been dealing with forms not being completed and everything else, it just looked like left a lot of questions on a lot of the, items that were filled out on here. And to me, it's not complete, and I'd like to see it all complete. I have no problem with them having a Lake Fest. I have no problem with them having it in May. I'd just like to see full and complete forms turned in so that we don't run into the problems we have in the past.
Would you prefer that be completed before we vote on it, or would you entertain the vote tonight and then have staff follow up and get that to you?
I think that we can trust staff to work with them to supply all the stuff that appears to be missing or incomplete or short-termed on it. And I think that they work with the staff before they can work with the staff again.
Commissioner Eckert, would you be willing to tell us what you believe is incomplete so I can see it as well?
Okay, which one, for the agenda or from the agenda?
Yeah, the application, the event request application, which you refer?
Page 20.
20?
Of our agenda packet, page 20 of the agenda packet. Or is that?
Yeah.
Hey, I only have 10 pages of the application.
Page 2 of the
Yeah.
application.
Page
Two of the application.
Oh, okay, very well,
That's why
thank
I
you.
asked, you want the agenda or the application?
Oh, I see, very well, sir, yes, sir.
Page
Got it
2,
now.
it's page 2 and page 20.
Understood, thank you.
A lot of it says like, same as 2021. For the site plan. I know as my past job as one of the inspectors in Deltona, when they were having an event, we had to have their site plan because every year they were not the same. There was always some differences, and we had to make sure that emergency services had routes and abilities to get in, and that things weren't going to be placed in the way of the vehicles and response vehicles from getting in. And I would like to see that attached to it. The sound system, I understand they got a saying the same as used with Meet the Candidates. Not everybody was at the Meet the Candidates. What type of sound system is it?
Yes, sir.
Does that satisfy your curiosity, one of the?
I know, it's meeting my curiosity so far.
Okay, we're getting there so far, okay.
Yep.
Check.
Oh, yeah.
Their signage, they know that they needed to have more signage than just maybe 6.
Can I make a
I believe in advertising.
Can I make a suggestion for that? Roger, would you mind going through that and put a highlighter on anything that you feel like needs more explanation and have staff work on it and bring it together? It should be run by the police department, make sure.
I'll give them my notes.
Okay, perfect. Does that satisfy you?
Yeah.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying,
I do too.
and,
Chair recognizes Joy Taylor.
Hey, I'm the applicant, with the, League for Better Living. Roger, that's legitimate, thank you for that feedback. The site plan, same as last year, the intent behind that was that city property there at the corner for Royal Park. The reason I didn't want to get too specific is the reason we're start planning now is we realized after doing a few of these, that, now it's time to start getting the ecological presenters and the educational presenters, so we don't know how many booths we're gonna have yet, because it's early part of the planning. So this is really an initial application so that we have a date, so that we can start planning. So maybe part of this process is sort of, it grows as the event develops, and that we need to provide more information to y'all as we have it for things like the site plan. Just wanted to throw that out, but definitely, that was, I got to that, and I'm like, I don't really know how many booths we're gonna have, or what that site, to what detail that site plan is expected in that particular application. And then the sound system, I just honestly didn't know what it's called, but it's like the microphone, so. But yeah, no, I appreciate you doing that, and it's definitely easier to have that feedback before we get here. So I don't know if there's another way to do that, because we're really eager to get forward so we can start working with our vendors and educational ecological presenters, Lionia and all these people that, are waiting to hear from us so that we can get on their schedule for the year, because they start planning now for the next year.
Well, I know when they had events at the sports complex down in Deltona and Sampson, they had a designated area where vendors could be. And so the people that were going to have activities divided it up, 12-foot squares along that path on both sides of that path. And then as people showed up or put in the bid to be a vendor, they assigned it to a spot. And then if there was empty spots, there was empty spots. But that way, the inspector can see if the path was going to be wide enough, because we got vehicles down there. We got a small rescue vehicle that we can carry patients on through crowds, so it can fit down the sidewalks and stuff like that. So as long as we have enough room
Yeah,
for that
we
to
always
get
keep
through.
that road clear, the gravel road, and all the roads on that side or over by the restrooms where last year we have to spray fountain fish for the kids to run through. We'll probably do that again this year, but there's a lot of moving pieces that we very early, like we just need to think, so that's really kind of the point of this moment, I guess, for us, but it's a lot to ask so early in planning. But yeah, I
What
appreciate
you
that.
could do is go from like where the guy had his, where the people registered their fish when they registered, that starting from his booth, working uphill, you go with 12-foot spots. When you reach the corner, you turn the corner and go north with 12-foot spots until you reach the boundary of the park. And then if people fill in, they fill in. If they don't fill them all, then you leave it out.
We always know ahead of time who's presenting, but, we don't at this moment know that, but, yeah, I can do that tonight, it's not important.
Okay, well, thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner Eckert. I'll entertain a motion to either approve or table this until, how about I entertain a motion to table the acceptance of this until the next meeting? Okay, I'll entertain a motion, however you want to move. So,
I make a motion that we accept the application requests being followed up by staff and the League of Cities to my questions are on the back of the page.
Yeah, I'll second that with comment, and I agree with your reasoning behind all of that. It's good point.
any discussion? Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion by Commissioner Eckert, seconded by Vice Mayor Connell, carries. On to old business and the new item A, I don't know the names involved, but there's a veteran here who had a problem with his water bill and wish to address it. If you would, state your name and address when you
Takes a second.
Take your time.
Hi, my name is Alan Story, and this is my brother Thomas. And we're new Lake Hellenites. However, we're not just carpetbaggers. I've actually lived in Central Florida about 5 times. Starting with my boot camp in Orlando. Then I was stationed there one other time when I was in the Navy. And I lived in Altamont Springs for about 7 years, and then Deltona for 3 until my wife threw me out. And I had to go back to Massachusetts because home is where you show up the government. But here it is 12 years later, we're both retired, we've come down here, and it's our intention to be here for the next 25 years. You're gonna bury us here. I fell in love with this whole area when I lived in Deltona. I think this is an absolutely beautiful little city. And we happen to come from a very pretty town about the same size up in Massachusetts. So this is the flavor of this town is very familiar to us. But it was very shocking when I got my first bill of water. 61, 71, 66, I believe it. I'm looking at the top of my head, but that's pretty darn close.
Was that $6,176 or 61? What was that?
$6,171.66, I think.
$6,100 and change.
Yeah, almost $6,200. I did not realize that there was a water leak in the house because we just closed on the house in July. And the only thing that wasn't working properly in the house was a water faucet, and it was only the cold, the hot worked. But it was a new house. We weren't, but this is the thing that happens when you've been living in the house for 4 years, and all of a sudden your faucet breaks. You look into it real quick.
You said your house was new?
New to us.
New to us, yes,
Yeah.
thank you.
It's in the Lake Helen Village.
Yes, thank you.
And this was your very first water bill?
Yes. And it was a quarterly bill.
Yes.
The irony of this, is our father retired from the Beverly, Massachusetts Water Department. He was a stationary engineer who pumped the water. If we were living in Beverly, I could pick up the phone and call the commissioner and say, hey, Jerry, this is Lou's kid. I just got a bill for over $6,000, right? And I know the magic wand to fix that. The water leak has been fixed. And our next step is, I've already had it priced out, and the plumber that actually fixed the problem is lined up to fix it. He's gonna put on a meter after the water meter, between the city's water meter and the house. And it's actually gonna be able to detect if there's more than a drop every 3 seconds in the house. So this will eliminate future problems down the road as far as not knowing something's going on. Yes, sir.
Have you received other water bills since you fixed it?
This was my first and only so far.
It's okay. Can we wait until you get another water bill? Can we put the payment of this on hold until you get your next water
I
bill?
already paid it, because I didn't want that bill hanging over my head.
Excuse me, so you paid this other?
I did not want the water bill over my head, sir.
Okay, but I appreciate that. What I'd like to propose is that we wait until he gets a regular cycle of water bills so we can do an averaging of what he really should pay, okay? And then refund to him or give him a credit on the city account.
And I've already mentioned, to Heather Rutherford, as well as that I'd be more than happy to run it as a credit, if that's easier for the city. I just don't pay a water bill.
Yeah, because the longer we run it out, the better average we'll get. In other words, if we do 12 months.
Well, yeah, I sat there and I figured out this is what my brother, myself, and 2 other people living in our house spent for water over a 7-year period in Massachusetts. So.
Have you got rid of the swimming pool in the living room?
Mr. Evans, this is the gentleman you emailed us as the commissioner, about a month ago, maybe 3 weeks ago.
Well, he was at the last meeting as well. We discussed the proposition. My suggestion was 10 times the average, and I think Mr. Basso was more inclined with 2 times the average. But the agreement was we would wait until we had an average.
Yeah.
And no matter what the multiplier was, and we discussed at that point. So this has already been discussed at the last meeting. I thought a solution had been at least developed or in process of being developed. So I think we've got it under control.
I have been throwing questions, but I've never reached. This is the first time I've heard even that. there's been a lot of silence coming back to me, except for the one person in the water department who said, sorry, I didn't put you on a payment plan.
And in the presence of silence, all of us assume the worst. I understand that. So do I have a motion from anyone as to how we'd like to proceed?
I would put a motion on the table to not charge this gentleman any more money, and after he's accrued 6 months water bills. Okay, we can take an average of that 6 months, and then assume that's what you should have paid for January, deduct that from what you paid, and then, because everything after that will already be taken out of it.
Awesome.
Does that sound reasonable?
The average is not going to include the first item.
No, correct.
No, it was skewed.
After the fifth.
Yeah.
Thank
That's fair.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Any discussion on that motion? From the commissioners? I would like to develop a policy in the future. Maybe staff could draw something up that we could use in the future. This has come up many times before the commission. We should have a way to address it so that when somebody comes in, we immediately know how to proceed. And
Actually, we have a discussion item under my portion of the agenda at the end, that I did want to talk about the policy. We have a situation where we became, very generous during the COVID times, and now we have, 95 people on the cutoff list. We have 8 people that are over $500. One is $2,900, one is $2,200. And
so this is a more far-reaching problem than one bill.
yeah, and those are leaks where people just can't pay. So this is.
This situation is different as far as I'm concerned, because his first bill was for that. I understand.
Right.
So I think someone who comes in, has been in the house for 4 years, and all of a sudden they have a leak for 2 months, I think that they come into a classification. So I agree with you, there should be some guidelines to work with, but I think if we're gonna forgive, go through the guidelines, and bring it back.
Absolutely. And as I said, I had a discussion at the end, that we're aware of the problem. There's really 2 separate problems. This gentleman has a rather unique problem. The other problem that concerns us more is just those who are unwilling to pay. What do we do and how stringent do we become?
Quick question for you, sir. How long was that house vacant before you took ownership of it?
Oh, they moved out, we moved in.
So I'd be interested to, so prior to that, there was no other indication of any issues, so something clearly happened between the previous owner and you.
I think it most likely was dumb bad luck and timing. I did find out from the former that the type of PVC that runs through all of those pre-manufactured homes that are like at Lake Ellen Village,
Yes.
they all had like a recall, and there was a
Polypropylene?
yeah, but there was a class action suit that was settled like 15 or 20 years ago for people that own this type of plumbing issues.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, well, there's a motion on the table to, and would you restate that?
Take it, and beyond the, being fixed, after the leak's fixed, take a 6-month average to determine what he should have paid in that first month. And then, charge him that much for the, instead of 6,000, it'd be whatever the average was for, and then you will just keep as a, as a deposit, and then you'll pay against that, or would you like money back, or how would you like that?
What's easier for the city? Because it really doesn't matter because,
I think we.
I'm working off of a budget for the 2 of us, and it doesn't really matter if I budget that money and spend it over the next 7 years, or just don't pay a bill for the next 7 years.
I think we'd actually prefer to pay back.
Okay.
Otherwise, we'd have a.
We'd have to, cure would be difficult.
Yeah.
Right, and if my math is correct, that's like 17 years worth of water bills. So,
17 years.
I believe so, if it's about 120 a quarter. So it's
I commend you for paying the bill. I commend you for paying the bill.
Well, like I said, I didn't want to hang it over the head. Last thing I want is a city coming after me being angry.
Vice versa.
That silence wasn't going on while we were making evil plans.
Do you have some sense of an idea of what the water bill should be, just a guess?
Less than $100 a quarter.
Okay, so my motion would be to refund the gentleman's money with the exception of $200.
That'd be really high. I would think just he and his brother, maybe even be less than that. But if we allow us to go ahead and average the next 2 quarters after the correction, we'll have an average and we'll simply deduct that and pay him back his money.
Okay.
I haven't said that well, but you know.
However you want to do it, that's it.
I just didn't want to wait 6 months before. That's why I was saying, if you just refund him his money with the exception of $200, that will take care of more than likely the first month and the second month, and then you'll know what the second quarter would be as soon as that quarter ends up. And then you can do some averaging, and you'll be 6 months out before you can decide what that first month should be.
I mean, we're 2 single guys and we don't have a swimming pool, we don't,
That's your word.
Well, there is a swimming pool on premises, but
Well, Mr. Story and.
But we're not feeling it.
Mr. Story and Mr. Story, thank you. And I hope this, well, before I say that, there's a motion on the table, all in favor? All opposed? Motion carries. I hope this satisfies you both and works for you. And we'll be addressing this issue, so maybe if it happens in the future, we'll have the ability to act right away.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Okay, now we have a presentation by Mr. Ken Briggs of Peninsula Audio. Mr. Administrator, if you'd like to introduce this topic.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Several months ago, the staff had narrowed down the selection of a new audio-visual sound system for this particular chamber. And we recommended to you, the firm of Infinity, Mr. Ken Briggs represents that firm. And at the time of discussion, I think from my perspective, the commission simply wanted to know more about the application, the equipment, that would be applied to the chamber, what problems it would solve or not solve. Because we did select at the staff level the basic system. There were no additions or enhancements to it. And the request to the commission was to invite Mr. Briggs to come in and explain what he was proposing to the commission, the type of equipment, what problems it would solve, what problems you would still have, and let you make a decision at that point of what you want to do.
If you would please state your name for the record.
Sure. Ken Briggs, Infinity Aiding Security.
Thank you. And enlighten us, please, sir.
Okay. Well, I was called out to do a survey with Lee a few months ago and do a needs analysis and assessment of their past performance of your current system and things that have gone awry in the last few years, and looked at the equipment that's currently installed, determined the age of it and so forth. And so we came up with a game plan that would allow for us to reutilize everything that is still operable and current and functional, and maximize that equipment with some additional updates based on the current technology that's being deployed in commission chambers. Our firm, our specialty is commission chambers. We've done quite a few. And by few, I mean dozens of state, county, and city level. So every commission chambers has a digital signal processor that analyzes the audio several hundred times a second. And the digital signal processor is a necessary must to ensure that when someone is speaking, that they're able to speak without having to get right up in the microphone. And also, correct for things when you start moving your head this way or this way, or have movements and they move away from the microphone. Also, the DSP is responsible for acoustic correction technology. This particular room is beautiful, it's fantastic, but it does have its challenges with the acoustics. And if you can lower the noise score, that is one way, obviously, to help enhance the sound and allow the sound reinforcement system to do its job. Unfortunately, a DSP doesn't lower the noise score. That's done by acoustical panels, which is an option that we provide for you. But what the DSP will do is correct frequencies and prevent frequencies from colliding into each other. And how that's done is it's sampling the spoken word, but also the ambient noise level. And the DSP is programmed to make assumptions accurately on what is speech and what is not speech. So the voice can be heard, even the quiet voices, or the loud voices. You compensate that a little loud. Let's see, besides the DSP, we talked about the wireless presentation device. In the day of the smartphone and the laptops not coming with connections anymore, thank you, Apple. You're able to take your device and following instructions on the screen, enter a password or connect to an open network that's just connected to the AV system here, and take whatever's on your smart device or laptop and then project it onto the screen. You don't have to fiddle with connections and things like that. In addition, we are recommending that you have 2 hardwired connection plates, one at the equipment area and one somewhere in here where you could plug in a traditional device or laptop. And the type of outlets that we use are outlets that auto-recognize when something's plugged into it. So you plug into it, the plate says, oh, I guess you want to use it, and then that appears on the screen. So it eliminates any fiddling with controls and other things. So you don't have to have technical people nearby to execute someone that wants to plug in a laptop or other device. And of course, the video infrastructure that's being utilized right now is VGA. VGA technology kind of peaked about 20 years ago. We moved on to HDMI, which is a digital method and an increased resolution. So in the proposal, we are replacing the VGA switch that's currently being deployed and replacing the HDMI switch. And then any devices that are endpoints that have HDMI, they're going to now be utilized. And then any legacy devices, which I don't think there are, that are just straight VGA, we would convert them to HDMI. So you get increased resolution on the projection screen for these types of devices. Another feature is the ability to shut the system down without keeping the mics open constantly. Using a key lock system, it's a very rudimentary but simple technique where you turn a key and the rack shuts down. And you turn the key again and the rack turns off. All the controls in operation can be done through a dedicated PC that's here at the dais, and it's like a remote control, but it's on the computer screen. So any functionality that needs to be done, increasing volume, decreasing volume, anything else can be done on the PC. We've also recommended that we tie the system into the local area network, and by running some cables from here over to the IDF room where your LAN equipment is, that will allow the city to record the meetings digitally, and it would go onto the network immediately, and it can be extracted from any desktop that's connected to the network. It's a solid state recording in accordance up to 200 hours with the stock layout has been expanded to a couple more times. Let's see. Otherwise, that's pretty much the equipment, I believe. Yep. Included in the fee that, or the budget number that we've provided is all of our systems are engineered. They're not just bring the boxes and come up like your home theater guy. So we have a design package. And I'm going to pass this around, or this is an example of our design schematics for the job. So all of our engineering is done in CAD format, computer-assisted drafting, in blueprint form. And all of the system components, whether they're legacy, existing, or new, are shown on these drawings, and these are then submitted for your approval, the staff's approval. So everything is functional in a one-dimensional paper fashion, showing connection points and how things operate before the technicians actually arrive at the job. We do the work, and then the documents are updated if there's any changes, additions that are done during the installation, and then you get the as-built documentation, which then can be used to troubleshoot and maintenance the system for the life of the system. So in a nutshell, basically we're going to take the system that is there, which was installed, I guess, around 2005, 2006-ish, and when it was installed at that time, the technology and equipment being used was mature technology. It was very cost effective at the time. So it was at the tail end of its technological relevance before we started getting into HDMI and digital operation. So now we're going to really bring into a situation where with the DSP, with the wireless presentation, with the HDMI, the auto recognizing outlets, that you'll be able to use that for probably about the same amount of time that we've had this system.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. It is enlightening. That'll bring us up to the 21st century and it'll be current for several weeks, probably.
You mentioned several times a budgetary proposal. I'm assuming that is because we give us the ability to pick and choose between what we want, or could the price change and what would change?
Yeah, our initial document that we're working with is called a ROM. It's a rough order of magnitude number. And the reason why we do that is we don't provide estimates or guesstimates, we provide exactness. So we actually design the job on a speculative basis and hope that you do it. And that takes quite a lot of hours. So what I did for Lee is I put together something, because we do a lot of commission chambers, it's very easy for me to say, this is a DSP cost, this is how much an HDMI play costs. I can do that within a day's time. And then we apply a plus or minus 20%. So when you look at the number that we provided, which I think was 20,500 or
21,500.
Look at the ranges like 16,000 to 24,000. And that would give you everything that you would need that's on that document. And so there's always opportunities based on what manufacturer we're using for the DSP. They range in price. But keep in mind that in the times of COVID and electronics, I don't know if you've heard, but there's an integrated circuit chip shortage. And some manufacturers, for instance, we've designed systems in the past few months where now we're going to order, and they're saying, oh, it'll be ready next March or next July. And so we have to switch to a manufacturer. And we need to go to that manufacturer that, hey, we'll give you this opportunity to accept our business, and we'll flip to your product. Can you sell it to me at the same price? Do you think that? Right. No, we're going to sell it to you for our price. So we have to have a little bit of flexibility in there, and that's where the ROM document comes in. But once we convert that ROM into a proposal, and that's the number, we live and die by that number.
So once we approve the proposal,
we're gonna go ahead and do an official design and an official
I
proposal.
mean, approve a formal proposal, yeah, okay.
Yeah.
All right.
And whatever that number is, that's what the job will
If
be
we
done for.
do that. Yeah, I followed up, on Mr. Evans' recommendations to do a couple of phone calls and, the gentleman speaks correct. We highly recommend it. Does a fine job and sticks with it, by the way. I mean, you hang in there.
Yes.
What I understand, you're a true partner with this. This is, and it's a specialized service. And, you know, I for one would love to be able to get to a live streaming capacity here. I know our public and the citizens would. I know for those who are not able to be here or they're out of town somewhere else, to be able to get to a live streaming site would be ideal. It will also help us in our minute recordings as well too, the public record. It's sometimes pretty tough right now to do some of this. I love how you said in your mature technology, it was cost effective. Yeah, that was well said, well politically said and well done. I, for one, would love to be able to have a presenter. For example, tonight, we have a couple of things that are happening. One is a subdivision. It'd be great if our presenters then could throw up their docs, throw it up on the screen that's clear for us to see here, there, and of course out here, and then for the live streaming. We don't have that ability. Right?
Yeah, that's right.
You know, it's a PowerPoint presentation, and Don can hit enter, you know, and we need to move forward, Commissioner, there. Because the presentation style is a benefit for the public. Now, understand what we're looking at. It's a benefit for us to come see that as well too, and especially in that live streaming event. So I would like to see us move forward with a formal proposal. I would like to see us to incorporate, rather than a mechanical pull down screen, I'd rather to see us try to incorporate the 100-inch LED on the wall. I think it's going to be a better view. I think it's going to be a better picture. I don't know if we need to do the request to speak system. I saw that in operation the other night at the redistricting meeting. I get it. You know, you have a little request to speak, you get a little light or something in there that the chair recognizes. In a large setting, as a Volusia County Council meeting, especially in concert with the school board at the same time, that request to speak was very, very useful. Whether it be that useful here, I doubt.
In my experience, the smaller chambers, it's not used. If it is there, if there's money for it and they go in for it, they don't use it.
Now, the acoustical panels, so this is a live room. I mean, you can hear that.
And we want to get rid of that slap echo.
Right, you want to get rid of that slap echo. And is there anything else? Because in my world, I present, and I'm in various places, and so I've seen other styles of that acoustical dampening. And is there any, you know, we don't want to spend the money any more than we have to. Right. So I would be looking for other perhaps alternatives to the acoustical dampening, just based on prior experience. I don't know if there's other alternatives that Infinity provides or not to that. But that's where I'm oriented, commissioners and the public. I'm oriented to at least get a formal proposal. I don't think it's going to cost us anything to get that. And, you know, the gentleman's willing to go ahead and extend that time to the administrative effort in which to provide it. That's all I have, Mayor. Thank you.
Any other discussion?
You installed any smart screen technology in any of the places where the presenter has a pointer and they just point it at the screen and they can change certain things without hitting the key?
So we have annotation devices. Is that what you're talking about? Yeah. So yes, annotation is very popular. There's a couple different ways to do it. The contact annotation is the best. So if you have a screen here and it mirrors there, that seems to work the best. The wireless wand style works Bluetooth or laser driven and can be problematic. You have to calibrate the screen.
It has interference.
Interference with lights.
Interference with fans.
Yeah, any radio frequency, any light, it is going to be problematic. So the best ones are ones where you have something here and the presenter is drawing or writing and it shows up on the screen.
This, is this a budget item?
No.
No, that's not.
Do you have, an avenue for finding funding?
I'm sorry, do we have adequate funding?
Do you have an avenue to find the funding?
Yes, well, the reserves of the general fund. We have Zach coming up in a few minutes, our finance director. He'd probably be the best person to talk about the reserve, but we do have, as everybody would know, we do have a healthy reserve.
I'm curious, everybody had any questions? Are you still speaking, Commissioner Mason? What's the viability of doing this in segments for the commission and the budget?
Absolutely. Obviously, there's a certain amount that you have to do that everything's based upon, the DSP.
Exactly.
The video switch.
Indeed.
device. Yeah, so those devices have to go in. Your control aspect, once those devices are in, those devices are looking for something to tell it what to do and how to do it. We do create a lot of programmed macros or things that are pre-programmed, so the controller person doesn't have to, slide a bunch of knobs like back in the old days. All that's done with the button press for a condition, like start meeting, and you have a routine, things that always happen every meeting. Well, those things are now automated. So control system, DSP, and the video switch would be your base, and then you can start building it.
Should the commission elect to proceed, would that be a viable alternative for the presentation to say, this is what you guys need, and this is what you guys can get down the line?
The ROM kind of does outline that.
Does outline that?
Yeah.
Okay.
With the options, we talk about replacing the projector with a flat panel. We talk about,
On page 30.
Right. So they add on alternates that would still be that part of that presentation. And so I've answered my own question then?
Yeah.
Okay, very well, sir. Thank you.
The only thing I would see is that could be option is the wireless presentation aspect. That's a device box that you can have later. So if you just want to have the two plug-in ports, one could be here, one over there. You have to specify for that budget amount. That would get you by with anyone that has a HDMI connection.
Interesting.
Thank you, sir, for your presentation. Is there a recommendation from staff on this, or is it just simply?
Well, what originally started the entire discussion was a June meeting with the DRC on the very subject that we had later on the agenda of Faith Road subdivision. Their entire sound system was non-functioning that night. And it was an embarrassment, I know, to the staff. That set us on the quest of doing something about it. We went through the purchasing procedure and policy and went out for competitive proposals. And Infinity was, in our opinion, far superior. But they're dealing with something that has a variety of components. Some were home-based, not even professional, but were home use and plugged into other things that really weren't compatible. And we also have, I'm glad the Vice Mayor mentioned the acoustical panels, because we can have the best sound system, the best audio visual. This room just echoes. And I don't know that we're ever going to be able to feel we've accomplished anything unless we get rid of that echo. I know sometimes I sit in here about 10 feet away and I have difficulty hearing even from this distance. That may be my age, but other than that. So our recommendation would be to proceed with the proposal after the engineering, and I think it's something where simply it's almost a foundation piece of equipment for a community's council chamber. Transparency is a big thing, information is a big thing. Getting the word out to the community. If there's any suggestion or hint that we are not being as forthright as we can to make that information available, either by sound or audio visual, I think it's our detriment. So I'd like to see us proceed. That's our recommendation.
Thank you. I understand, my only comment is to say that I understand you're thinking that we might want to cut this dog's tail off an inch at a time and do a few things along. My comment on that would be if we're spending from reserves, it might be better to buy the whole dog and not piecemeal it. But that's just a thought. That way they can engineer the whole thing all at once, install it all at once, we can learn it all at once. There's real advantages to that. It'll make that a hard bite.
Yeah, the map's around 48.
It's big. Any comment on that, or thoughts on that?
It's a large number. It's a lot larger than 21, which is the initial bid, when you add all the additions in. So, like.
Does anybody have a crystal ball and know how long this, if we pull the trigger on this, when it will have to be replaced?
You mean it's
How long will this technology purchase be mature?
Okay, well, I do have a crystal ball for that.
Well, I mean, in the world of budgeting, which is what we do,
Yeah.
what we should do, I'm thinking of 5 years, 10, 15, 20 years down the road. I don't know, somebody else would have to deal with this again.
Right.
And
So with HDMI, that's gonna be the mainstay. There's also USB-C, but it's compatible with the infrastructure that we put in. So the infrastructure that we put in for your video delivery system uses Cat6 cabling. I'm not sure if you're familiar with that, but it's a telecommunications cabling. And so when you change technology, all you do is change the end of the cable. With VGA cabling, composite cabling, coaxial cabling in years past, we had to change out the whole wire because it was a different infrastructure. So Cat6 cabling, you can even use Cat5. Cat6 just gives you a gigabit of transfer throughput. And you want a minimum of a gigabit for your delivery system as we move on through. Gigabit will handle up to 8K resolution. Right now, we're barely touching 4K at home. We have 4K TVs, but there's no 4K content. So there's a limitation on how much video in K that we can get. In Hollywood, they've only figured out how to record in 8K. They can't get beyond that. Digital cameras in Hollywood don't exist because they get too hot after 20 minutes and they gotta cool them down. So they're still using film to make movies. So we're kind of stuck in that realm until they get a new delivery system. And that delivery system was designed in 1956. We're still using the same delivery system. Just we make incremental changes to resolution. So the crystal ball for video is great. We'll have that infrastructure will be used, just change the ends. The DSP, well, we haven't changed. We have 2 ears and we listen in analog. And how we listen is not going to change. What's going to happen is that we might have hearing impediments that we need to overcome. And the algorithms are built into the DSP to accommodate voice inflections, background noise, and things like that. So that's not going to change. So once you move to solid state digital signal processing over analog mix controls and dials, you're there. So that leaves wireless. So the wireless device, the presentation device, works with iOS and Android devices. So if the crystal ball says that there'll be a 3rd or 4th type of emerging technology, that Tesla now is going to be in the wireless game and invent something, then yeah, you'd have to replace that appliance box. And that's, $1,000.
Moore's Law.
Yeah. So it's adaptable. And because all of this is networkable, all the devices are on the what we call an AV LAN, which is a central LAN just for the AV equipment, but has a tether to your IDF for your network LAN. That the network administrators can,
I'm going to interrupt you for just a second. I see that Johnny H. Davis is leading. Part of the consent agenda that we approved earlier was a donation to Master James Center. And I just wanted to recognize you and all the good work you do in this community. Thank you. Have a good evening.
so with everything connected to a LAN, it's scalable. You just building blocks.
Any other questions? Commission wish to
dive into the deep end of the pool.
I don't know that we need to make a motion to direct staff to go ahead and give a formal proposal.
I think we can.
to spending the money yet.
Yeah, it's just a consensus.
So we just asked for this, ROM, we don't have to spend any money on the ROM?
You have the RON.
Oh, we have.
You have the RON. The RON has on the second page, or third page, a response request.
Oh, I see.
So you can approve, or you can reject, and check the box on why you reject.
Sure, I think we should come to at least a firm consensus is what we want staff to pursue with this ROM, on this, wish list, if you will. Or do we want to, I need a motion for discussion.
This is not my area of expertise, most everybody here knows that already. But I will say this about spending money on infrastructure, I consider this infrastructure. Absolutely. That I think that it's much needed and that I support, the direction of, those people know more about this stuff than I do. With that said, we have multiple infrastructure needs and at some point, we're probably gonna have to look at, if we possibly can, a long-term, very low interest rate loan that we can do multiple layers of infrastructure for the city, whether it's the water master plan or the stormwater master plan. This is a drop in the bucket compared to that. So comparing it, this is just no brainer. Anyway, that's it.
Mayor,
Yes, sir.
in conversation with the administrator, I think what staff is looking for is a motion directly authorizing the staff to get detailed numbers to bring back for a purchase approval. So that's the motion the staff is actually.
But the detailed number is based upon the add-on alternatives within the ROM. We'll have to.
What's your preference for the add-ons? If you recall, the staff went with the basic and after that is installed, we can talk about in future years, the add-ons, but that's half the dog. And as the mayor said, perhaps you want to go for the full. Ideally, you want to set up an audiovisual system in these chambers that remove the echo and gave you the ability to have a 21st century presentation from individuals who then could be transmitted to your homes and everything else directly, so the citizens could appreciate it sitting at home. That would be ideal. I really would.
For dime, for dollar.
Yeah.
I believe that might be true with the exception of the last one, which is request to speak, that you mentioned. In a small chambers like this, I don't think it would be necessary or all that useful.
I'd like to go ahead and make a motion to direct staff to get detailed numbers for the rough order of magnitude at 21,500 plus or minus 20%. Addition of the 100-inch LED flat panel monitor with mounting system as detailed in the Infinity's initial request or ROM, and acoustical panels to the commission chambers.
It's gonna be a total of $44,500.
At a total of $44,500, if you were to assume the rough order of magnitude of $21,500 and not vary by 20% plus or minus.
There's a motion on the floor. Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
There's a motion by Vice Mayor Connell and a second by Commissioner Basso to instruct staff to get a detailed proposal, fully fleshed out from Infinity for the system or at 21.5, that part of the system, also to include a 100-inch LED, listed here at 14.5, and acoustical panels to address the needs of the room at approximately 8.5. Those numbers will come back much more detailed in the future, is what I'm thinking.
Correct, yeah.
And how long will that take to come back?
Thank you. The turnaround proposal, I usually like to have 2 full weeks of business days, so 10 days of business days.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion from Commissioner? Looks like we'll have that full information for the next commission meeting in and have time to digest that as well. I'm sorry, Mr. Administrator, December 9th is the next meeting. Okay. Motion and second. Do I have, I take a vote. I'll go, since this is a large one, I'll go on one,
Yes.
on two,
Yeah.
on three, yes, on four,
Yes, sir.
and I vote yes. Yeehaw.
Yeehaw. Yeehaw.
That's an
Indeed.
official term.
That's indeed. I totally get it too, man.
This is Lake County. Yeehaw works. Thank you.
Thanks for having me.
And, I'll be in touch.
Yep, thank you.
I will say one last thing. I've done several sound systems on my own in the past. Seems like a lot of money, but even with the old stuff, this is in the ballpark. This is what this kind of stuff, good stuff, costs. I'm, yep.
Yeah, it'll be here for a while, if we go that way. All right, what's next?
CAC.
Next on the agenda is a biggie. Selecting a preferred organization to operate the CAC. Mr. Administrator, would you like to introduce this?
Mr. Mayor and members of the commission, you recall the last meeting, we had 3 presentations from 3 separate groups on their ideas for how best the CAC facility could be used for the community. Those particular organizations, Shoestring Theater, the Gems of Lake Helen, and Marie Hardwick and her friends. I believe it's called Lake Helen Front Porch or Porch. You heard those presentations and you set aside tonight as the time when you would make a decision as to which of those 3 you would like to go forward with. And by that I mean negotiate a lease, come back to you in December with a lease that would usually be able to the winning organization and the city.
Well, y'all have all heard the, I believe, did you hear the presentation? I did as well. We've all heard the presentations at the last meeting. I thank each and every one of you that presented and have put your money where your mouth is and your future investment willingness into this city. Thank you very much. Commission, how would you like to proceed on this?
During the past month, I actually heard a 4th proposal. And I would like to find out from Alan and Maria if the 4th proposal is viable. And the proposal was that you guys work together to get this done. Both of your ideas could actually mesh together.
I don't believe that to be true. I haven't talked to Maria about that, so I think that's a rumor.
So there's a room that.
Well, that was actually people talking about it. That wasn't a rumor, it was a proposal that people were talking about, the citizenship were talking about.
So regrettably, that proposal didn't get into the packet.
No, it didn't.
Right.
And the gym group was unaware of it. Maria, are you?
I'm not aware of that.
And Maria's not aware of it either, so while it may have been discussed very openly and freely, it didn't get the primaries involved, so don't believe that's on the table. What else would you like to address as a commission?
Maria's got something.
I would ask if any of the presenters wish to make a final pitch before we decide.
I know it was,
Could you state your name and
I'm sorry, Ray Hardwick, 565 South Lakewood Drive, New York. It was mentioned as I, did some research and said, want to talk to certain people about, could you all work together? And I just put out an email to the Shoestring and to Jim's, or to the Shoestrings came and met, and I didn't hear from, Alan, I didn't know if he was out of town or something, in the email. So we met, and just to see where everybody was. So that's where that was.
thank you. Did you want to hear from each of the other?
I was just, you asked if there's anything else. I don't per se, unless they feel they need another opportunity, which address the commission.
Well, we'll open the floor if any of the proposals primary want to speak again.
Because during the last presentation, Lori Kelly, President Chief String Digger.
I'm sorry, could you come to the podium? It just doesn't work that way. If you would state your name and address and also who you're representing.
Yes, Lori Lemoyne, Chief Street Theater, 380 South Goodwin. And I just was wondering if you guys have any questions. When we were originally discussing with the administrator, it was our understanding that at the end of those presentations, you guys were gonna ask a Q&A, and that didn't happen. So I just wanted to make sure you guys didn't have any questions about the different proposals.
Well, while you're here, are there any questions from the commission for Shoestring?
I thought your presentation was amazing, quite frankly. I thought it was the best presentation of all. And of course, I wish we had 3 separate facilities where we could encourage all. But at this time, we don't. So I think what we're charged with is to try to figure out, all right, which one of these groups would best serve the needs of the community. And that's going to be the difficult choice. So I don't have any additional questions. I thought the presentation was outstanding.
Thank you. There's no other questions? Any questions for anybody else there? Everybody's here. Well, then we're just.
Can I make a recommendation maybe? It's your.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm sorry. Maybe I need to wait. Thank you. One option would be, you're kind of, I see y'all sitting there straight, who's gonna make a motion. One option would be to write down on a piece of paper and rank the 3 proposals. And you'll sign, put your name on it, you sign it, and you put a 1, a 2, a 3 by each proposal. And then staff can tabulate those. That becomes part of the public record, so it's not a secret ballot or anything like that. And then whoever has the low score, you put your 1 by your top rank, 2 by your second rank, 3rd by your 3rd rank, whichever one comes up with a low score when we add them all up, that would be the one you can move forward with. That
The
is
low score would be moving forward?
If you
The
rank
low
one-
score, because you would add 1 is your number 1, 2 is your 2, 3 is your 3rd, so you add them up. If one group got all 5 1s, then they have a 5. If one group got all 2s, well, they got a 10. And then the 3rd group would have 15. They all got 3s. So I'm just saying the low score would be collectively the highest ranked, and then that's one way to do it. I've seen that done many times.
I've seen that done before, and it does work. Would that be okay, the commission, or do you have any? The only other option is to throw a motion on the floor.
I'm reticent to throw a motion on the floor. I've spoke to the city attorney already because my son is one of the principals in one of the groups. I don't like the optics of me voting on this particular issue. Although I don't think there's any way I or he could gain from this, but I just don't like the optics of it. So I'm going to take myself out of the whole voting scenario.
So you're going to abstain from voting.
Yes.
You'll have to fill out a voting conflict waiver. Get with Dominique and fill out your voting conflict waiver.
Is that an appropriate reason for a waiver, or is that something we have to decide?
Well, no, the board doesn't have to decide. Typically, a voting conflict is something that deals with money. You either benefit, you can gain money, or you avoid a loss by it. And didn't we discuss, or did you call the commission on ethics on it?
No, I did not.
Oh, you did not?
I did not. I actually was going to talk to my son about removing himself from the group so I could weigh into this. But quite frankly, it's time for my generation to move on down the road and allow that generation to come out and do their work. So that was not a good idea for me. I didn't think it was the right thing to do for the community.
And I don't know the details of the arrangement of the potential for financial gain or loss as a result of this, or avoidance of the loss. So a lot of this is a judgment call by the individual. He probably perceives that there's a conflict of interest. He's disclosed his conflict of interest, so he's going to abstain from participating in the vote and the discussion, I guess, and however forward you all want to proceed.
Well, we appreciate that. Boy, any appearance of impropriety, I understand it. I don't think, I agree with you, I don't think there is one, but any appearance, why not? Well, fellow commissioners, we're down to 4 now. You want to do the vote thing? I think that might work fairly well. We gotta find a way to resolve this.
Yep, I'm good with ranking.
Dominique, could you find us 4 slips of paper somewhere? Maybe 4 of these, or?
Before, can I say something? Before you go?
Let's come up.
Yes, Mr. Cook, come forward and talk to us. State your name and address, please. And who you represent.
Alan Cook, 849 Pleasant Street, represent the Gems. Just kind of want to summarize everything before you guys vote. Obviously, we're going to be behind anything you guys vote for because this is our town, so we're going to support it. Obviously, I would like it our ways, but either way, I just want to remind you, we as a group are always there. Those 10 families are always there for this town, always have been. I can't stress that enough. The dedication of us pulling money out of our own pockets to make this happen says something, shows our dedication. The other thing that I wanted to make light of, and it's kind of relevant, I believe, Maria, with her power volleyball, she has a facility. The Shoestring has a facility. The Gem Club does not have a facility. So I think that means or equates to something. We want this, the city, the building thing is a big thing to me because I'm looking at it as what they have now and why can't they improve on what they have? You follow? That means something to me. Do you have any questions for our Gem Club?
Any questions from the commission?
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
How much have you raised by your group already?
Well, the group, as of 10 families, have committed to the money that we put in our proposal, which is roughly about $3,000 per family for the year, to get it off the ground, to get it started, to get it moving. And then, obviously, hopefully this thing will grow into something more, and it'll grow its own legs where we don't need the money. And then, obviously, with y'all's decision tonight, we would transform into a nonprofit to make things easier.
But Mr. Cook, is that roughly 3,000 or is that 3,000?
30,000, roughly 30,000.
3,000 per family.
Per family, yes.
Is that roughly 3,000 or 3,000?
It's-
What's the commitment?
We don't know exactly, we haven't got a commitment from you as far as what rent will be, you know, that, and then there's the insurance bill that's gonna fluctuate some. There's the tax bill, what's that gonna be? So it's not a set number, obviously, if it's up or down, a percentage, it's not a big deal. Because there are those unknown factors of insurance, taxes, operating costs, water bill, power bills. We're just guessing at what that budget would be for the year.
I think a quick question in deference to the other two proposals, Mr. Cook, they both provided us an idea where it might be a year from now. You know, the Shoestrings proposal was extremely strong, had a lot of planned dates, planned events already. You know, so we were seeing and the Porsche's proposal provided where their vision is another year or so. Now, what's the Gem Station's vision?
Well, we have a lot of
2 years from now.
Well, we have a lot of events planned too. We have a lot of forethought of like bingo nights and community events and potluck dinners and food truck Fridays and bands, and want to improve the outside area to create that porch, and give that patio area on the north side of the building, give it that outside vibe where we can entertain outside and do things outside. It's kind of a moving target right now, but obviously anything revolving around the holidays or get-togethers, it's new to us. We don't have but we do. The people that are in our founding families there are involved in a lot of Lake Helen events, and there's no denying that. So we know what it takes. We know the dedication it takes, and we're putting our money where our mouth is. Our own money.
And what are your proposed, operating hours?
That's flexible. I mean, obviously, there's no set times. Obviously, we would like to transition this to generate some, funding and to, put it back to what the original, purpose of the building was, to help the youth and get the youth involved. Have like an ice cream shop or a small coffee shop that would generate funds, give the kids a reason to, teach them a skill, like what Keith envisioned back in the day. As far as hours, we don't have any set hours at this point. We'll kind of figure that out as we go.
Hang on just a minute. Are there any other commissioners, have any questions for any of the principals in this? And I will open it to public comment after that. Did y'all want to say some more? Okay, we'll ask each of you to step forward now.
Again, Lori Lemoyne, Shoestring Theater, 380 South Goodland. Thank you guys for your time this evening. I wanted to bring up a couple of important points. The first of which being, we would plan to work with these other groups as well as a community building, not for representing 10 families, for representing everybody. The $400,000 Volusia County taxpayer dollars that went into building that building, built it as a legacy project for the entire community. And I think fulfilling that part of the vision is super important. But most importantly, I just wanted to reiterate that Shoestring it wouldn't be our facility. It would be the city's facility and it would be the community's facility. And that would be the goal that we were striving to work towards.
Thank you. And Maria, if you'd like to say something, I don't want it to devolve into too much comment on other people's proposals. Just tell us about yourself and your proposal and the benefits thereof.
I'm talking to, and I get what the others are saying, and I know just in reading a lot of comments on the Chronicles, talking to people about, a cafe, if they wanted, something, a place to go, something simple. I'm not gonna set up a sit-down restaurant, all out, it's something transient, which I think our society is more today, for that. This is, as I mentioned, this is a big escort, it'd be self-funded. And it would be, in talking to Keith, it wouldn't be, I'm not looking to make any money, give the investment back, but to give back to the community that way. And, give it to teams, give it to whoever might be after expenses are paid. And even the thought after the presentation is, can one group use the shuffleboard building and turn that into something? And then also the CAC into something that would reach even more people in the city. Because you got people that want a small restaurant or a small place to go eat, and you've got people that want to do teen center, worker teams. So you've got all those different things involved. And we want to get the seniors involved, we want to have the city history and just incorporate a lot of different things. And then, and to honor. So.
Thank you. Okay,
One thing I just to change from Charlene Bishop, you put out something that was just said about that building representing 10 families. I have nothing to be further from the truth. These 10 families have put more into this city than almost anybody other than my family. I'm just kidding. But anyways, that building did come, it was a grant, but had it not been for the donations and the man hours that were volunteered down there, the building would have never been completed. Most of those 10 families back there built that building. And if anybody in this town deserves to have a shot at trying to make that work for what it was intended for, they do. They help this town, I don't care what happens, hurricanes, power outages, whatever. You call on these 10 families and they're there. Money out of pocket or anything, it doesn't matter. They're there for this town and they deserve to have a chance at this. And this is coming from my heart because y'all all know that building is my heart. So that's just my feelings on it.
Okay, I think we've heard from everybody, unless there's any additional. One last time to weigh in. Okay, then.
Everybody understands what we're doing?
I was just gonna describe that. We got our three options here. Ranking 1 being your best choice, number 3 being your third choice. Lowest score will carry the day, or we'll entertain a motion at that point to accept that proposal. If you would, by the X, put your name, as this is public record, and the date. Take a moment to do that.
I don't want to go there anymore. Yeah, it's a good thing you're not up there.
While they're adding these up, I'll add my 2 cents worth in appreciation for these 3 proposals. All 3 of them, I'll say technically, Shoestring's proposal was amazing. Y'all did a lot of in-depth work looking at the CAC original grant monies and what those grant requirements were. Y'all were dead spot on in research and effort towards all of that. Very impressive. As Vice Mayor said, it's a very, very strong proposal. And you're a group in this community that's been here for a long, long time as well. I appreciate Ms. Bishop's word about the gym. Y'all are great too. Y'all are the heart and soul of this community in many ways. Even though I don't even know the 10 pounds, but I know you, and I know you're about for them. And so it must be true. I'm not being flippant. I appreciate it. Maria, fantastic proposal. I know your heart fairly well now. Getting to know you something better all the time, and really appreciate it. Her heart is in this community as well, and she's putting her own money and time on the line with this proposal. And it's no small thing to say, I'm going to do this for in a situation like this in a small town where there's not a lot of traffic flow. She's not looking to make money, she said, but she knows she's putting it all on the line there, and I appreciate that very much. Have we numbers?
Yes. So the Gems have 4 points, and Shoestring and the Porch both have 10, so their winner would be the Gems.
But the Gem has won a landslide victory. So we will entertain a motion then to, and the motion is noted here if anyone wants to go for it.
I'll make a motion to accept the proposal of the GEM to use the CAC.
Second. A motion, Commissioner Upford, and second by Eckert to accept the proposal from the GEM or to develop, can we restate that, to develop an agreement for staff to develop an agreement?
Mr. Mayor, there's an actual copy of the motion in the,
in your
item.
I see it, okay.
Would you be willing to use this verbiage for your motion?
Yes. I move to authorize the city administrator and the city attorney to meet with the GEM
and develop an agreement for the select organization to rent and operate CAC with certain conditions.
Second. It's been moved and seconded. Any more discussion? Again, we'll do a roll call vote on this. Zone 1?
Yes.
Zone 2? Yes. Zone 4?
Yes.
And I vote yes as well. Thank you.
I don't know about anybody else, but even you is not easy.
You almost did.
Thank you.
And now,
Hold on a second. I just want to say, y'all made the right decision because that lady from the shoestring theater just walked out here and called me effing crazy.
Well, okay.
Talking over there.
Thank you.
Oh, yes, she did.
Charlie, let's not. Take that on outside, somebody might go with, huh? The next item on the agenda is consideration of the Faith Grove subdivision, which is probably why an additional segment of the group is here tonight. This has been well spoken of through the campaign. Mr. Administrator, would you introduce this to the commission?
I'd be happy to, Mr. Mayor. Starting back on June 28th, the PLDRC received a formal proposal for the subdivision of land on Lakeview Drive, now known as Faith Grove subdivision. That particular meeting ended in a recommendation to the City Commission of denial for the subdivision. Subsequent to that, the city staff, meaning the city engineer, the city attorney, myself, and our contract city planner, met on a number of occasions to present the issues that we felt were outstanding in the application. And the applicant certainly took a number of the criticisms we levied to heart and made significant changes to the application, to the point where I think it's fair to say the application received by the PLDRC is materially different from the application before you tonight. But the city staff does recommend approval of the application. And I think it's appropriate for the city attorney to explain the decision-making process that's available to the city commission. This is a subdivision of land. It's not a site plan approval. Anybody who would talk about the location of driveways, those decisions are not part of the process today. They'll come at a later date, as they would with any home constructed in the community, et cetera. So this is a very limited approval. I'm not to say it's inconsequential, because it certainly is consequential, but it is a step in the process. And I think I'm taking a good deal of the city attorney's speech away from him, so I'll let him do it.
Yeah, at least correct. First, I would say that even though this isn't listed in the quasi-judicial items, this is a quasi-judicial item. So before we get started, the first item I would ask after I speak, Mayor, to ask everybody to disclose any ex parte communications. That would before we do any presentation.
So we'll take a moment right now and do that. Has there been any ex parte communication on this item?
With the applicant or with residents surrounding?
Either.
Yes, I've had ex parte conversations with residents surrounding the.
And what's the substance of the?
The substance was the number of homes upon the plan.
Okay.
I echo the same concerns over the same, a number of homes from residents.
Yeah, I've had that sort of pay with the citizens' concerns over the number of houses and the runoff into the lakes and stuff.
I've been out of the country. I have had a great deal of ex parte communication on this with quite a few citizens in reference to number of homes, runoff, setbacks, the ability to, and I know it doesn't apply to this decision, but my discussion centered around whether or not they could fit what they wanted to fit on these lots with the water there and things like that. Quite a bit of communication. I know it doesn't necessarily apply tonight, but that was discussed a great deal on campaign trail, and people have contacted me in numerous ways.
One more thing, I'm sorry, it'll come back in my notes. I also, discussed the way into the gateway and all of the homes.
As your administrator indicated, this is what's important here tonight is the decision before you and focusing on the issues that are relevant to the decision before you. This is approval of a subdivision, which is dividing the land into more than one parcel. This isn't a land use change or zone change. They're not asking to come to build 3 units per acre. The land is already entitled to build 3 units per acre. We are also not doing site planning tonight. That will come through because it's in the gateway. It will go through the historic district. And it still has to go through the development review process of the city. Tonight, the only issue is the compliance with our subdivision regulations, and staff will go over those with you, the requirements for that. And as a quasi judicial item, the applicant bears the burden of providing substantial competent evidence that they are in compliance with our regulations. Once that applicant bears that burden, satisfies that burden, then it doesn't automatically entitle them to exactly everything they want, but opposition or opponents to it have to now present substantial competent evidence as to why they should not be entitled to get what they have. And that would still be tying back to our regulations as to what provisions are they not consistent with. And I think it's just very important. Development is a step process. You start with is the use allowed, and then we do subdivision, and then we get into the detailed site planning. And so what you don't want to do is start taking into consideration things at this stage that would be either already decided, i.e. how many lots there are, that's it's approved, that decision has been made, or things that will be addressed through site planning. We need to focus on the issues tonight of what's actually before you for approval. And that's probably the most important thing I can help try to guide you through. Let's stay on task and focus on what's relevant for this decision tonight. Some decisions have already been made. People may or may not like them, they're made. And when the applicant submits the application, they are vested with the regulations that are in place at the time they submit their application, which means they have their 3 units per acre under our zoning. They have the density that's allowed in the comp plan. So that decision's made, and now even though the subdivision, if the lots get approved, doesn't mean they're going to get built. There may be environmental issues. There may be issues with the location of the septic tank in relation to the water that they can't satisfy. All those things still have to be satisfied. We're just talking about here tonight dividing this one parcel into apparently 10 parcels. So with that, I believe our contract planner will go. I would suggest he go ahead and make his presentation, ask any questions that you have of our contract planner, and then the applicant can come up, make a presentation. And any questions you have of the applicant, that'd be fine. And the applicant can also ask questions of our planner. And then once you've taken your information from the applicant and city staff, then it'll be time to open it up for public comment. Okay.
Mr. Contract Planner, would you introduce yourself?
Yes, of course. So good evening, Commissioner and citizens of Lake County. Pleasure to be here. John Patterson with the East Central Florida Regional Planning Council out of Orlando. We do represent the cities of contract planner that was needed. And this project was because of the size of the project and some of the complexities of the issues, it was decided that we would take this project on for the city here. As mentioned, we're talking about a subdivision that would be 10 lots on an area. The area of the actual property that's out of the water would be 6.2 acres. Originally, the project came in listing the whole area of the lots, some of which is submerged, right? Under your code, the density is only based on an area of the uplands that can be actually developed to use, not on underwater. So we did take that into account and look at the density proposed based on the area outside of the lake. It can meet that requirement.
John, just a quick question. What is the maximum density that would be allowed? Would it be 3 units per acre times the 6 acres?
That's correct, 6.2 acres, that's correct.
6.2 acres, so meaning that 18 units would be compliant in their proposed intent.
As long as we talk about it.
What's that?
Yes, if you could physically do it on the property,
Exactly.
yes, that would be.
Yeah, but everything else you got is just based on the acreage. I just want to say the units per acre. Theoretically, I'm making good, they're under our code.
Other in this case, with the wetlands being back there, and the need for the importance of retention, you kind of take the stormwater off and treat it before it gets into the lake. You know, that definitely plays into it. You wouldn't be able to get up that high most likely, but based on what the code says, that's correct. And so basically, the project site is located east of and adjacent to North Lakeview Avenue, north of and adjacent to East Craig Avenue, and south of and adjacent to Lake Pearl Drive. And as mentioned earlier, a portion of the site, as you can see on the map there, is submerged. And on the next photo, you can see that there is an existing home site on the property that is not included, that was previously split off. So that is not involved here. We have the subject property again. It's zoned SFR 320 units an acre. The properties to the north, south, and east are zoned the same way. The portion of the properties to the west are also SFR 3, but there also is one area where there's one dwelling unit for 1.25 acres. So a less dense area up there. And for the future land uses, the property, again, single family low density, 3 dwelling units the acre. The north, south, east share that same future land use classification. And to the west, again, portions of that are the 3 dwelling units per acre, with the one area being the single family residential, 1 dwelling unit per 1.25 acres. So it's that kind of northwestern area, it's a little bit different. And the current uses to the north, east, and west of the site are currently single family residences, and to the south, we have the single family residences as well as orange groves in that area. And the flood zone, we have the, from FEMA, you have the AE zone, which is basically the, what they would call the 100-year floodplain, which is basically the area around the lake, but up where they were actually would be building homes, is the X zone, which is not considered to be part of the 100-year floodplain. And you go to the wetlands bordering the lake. The property is in the, not in the high aquifer recharge area for environmental issues. It's kind of fun to bring up things up to date, how things are in terms of the comprehensive plan. First issue that really came up with goal 1.1 originally, which is to preserve the current quality of life, small town atmosphere, historical heritage, and residential rural character of the city. The establishment of a land use pattern reminiscent of the past. And the thing that really came up here was the fact that they had some original drawings and didn't have the garages to the back as the design standards for the area required for the Gateway Corridor. And also, it was noted that this would still need to go through that Gateway Corridor process for each particular model of home they want to build to make sure it's going to be fitting in with the architectural character of the area. So that has been resolved that way. Again, under policy 1.110, with the definition of the gross acre land area, I talked about that, where you don't include the areas that are submerged lands.
Can I ask questions at this point, or should I let them?
You okay with questions now, John?
Yeah, sure.
So I do have one question on exactly that point. It's land, the land area less the water, that's underwater. Well, does that include the retention that will be created? Because that's basically creating a second lake, if you will, and that's a layman's look at it, I know. But that retention is created along the back of each of these lots will substantially reduce the size of those lots as well. Is that factored in or out, or is that just not applicable to that?
Gross density does not look into that. In some projects, some code you have is called net density, where you take those things out, like the stormwater areas, the areas of roads, sidewalks, for example. This does not. This is saying you've got this much land area, you can do this many houses. And of course, it takes into account that you're gonna have less than that. For example, you mentioned 18 before, you're not gonna get that with the retention areas, with the setbacks and stuff. The setbacks with, for example, the lake and the wetlands, you get these certain distances back from them, so that impacts it all.
Okay, so this is a gross,
It's
gross of that.
It's looking at the gross, exactly, that is the way your land public code is written, and comprehensive plan.
Only the existing wetlands that are not being created, in essence, if you think of a retention pond is created in a wetland. The existing natural wetlands they don't get the density rights off of that. But the raw land that they can build on, all that counts for the density. And it would still be the same if they were putting roads in, or if they were putting retention ponds in, on a gross acre development, gross acre amount, you look at all that density for the total allowed density for the site.
That's exactly my question, thank you. Sorry to derail your speed, your pace there.
No. And, policy 1.2.1.3, we also had some things to work on that regarding the development incorporating street trees, lot trees, building plan, foundation plannings into the project site plans. And it was agreed that as the actual physical layout of each house is determined and certain which trees come down, they will work with the city arborists. They're required to replace those trees, and it will work in such a way as to cover the canopy zone that's required there on Lakeview, as well as if there are areas where there's gaps now where there aren't trees. It's been agreed to work with the arborist to provide more canopy cover connect in those areas where there currently is not. And that's why they define the transportation element. And some issues were raised in the previous meeting regarding primarily two issues: the issue of East Craig Avenue on the south side of the site, where it's basically a gravel road, basically not prepared to modern standards. And it has been agreed that one of the conditions of approval was just about that, about the applicant being required to provide a prorated share towards the road work if it's ever done on that road, as well as, units continue with that. The other being the issue with the concerns about reusing the center median, cutting across that to make left-hand turns, rather than going up the corner and making the U-turn at next street up, the northern boundary of the site. Housing on the facilities would find it in compliance with that, and with the conservation element, the main issue was with the wetlands. So it does comply now with policy 6.4.4 regarding the wetland indication, which basically in that policy you're calling for some way of managing the wetlands. And in this case, it's agreed there will be an easement on the property to the city where they can get in and maintain the lake and the wetlands. That would be the city's responsibility in this case. And we're looking at the conservation element, again, under policy 6.8.2, native vegetation, habitat, and wildlife within the development. Cities are required to vegetated communities and wildlife habitat to be protected from adverse effects associated with the development. In this case, it was agreed, of course, they have started working with the Florida Department is involved with that, the Florida Fish and Wildlife Commission. And as we get to each lot, especially the ones that are impacted with the Gulf Tortoise sites, that will be dealt with, whether it's some sort of onsite mitigation or way to preserve the habitat, or to do that off-site, they'd be required to take care of that. And that would be at the process, not something we're deciding on today. And the applicant is requesting one waiver, which is the section 11.05.00.2. Request, they do not want to meet the requirement of being 5-foot sidewalks that are required by the code along East Craig Avenue and Lake Crow Drive, where the project fronts it. They cite a concern with cost, the fact that no current sidewalks exist there. However, staff is not recommending approval of that for the fact that the city definitely recognizes the need for more sidewalks, and the fact that these both feed into Lakeview, major street in the city, and there are sidewalks nearby there. So staff does not recommend approval of that waiver. And that is ultimately, you would have to do it, and getting into the conditions, I'm just going to read through these relatively quickly, but most of them will basically say that the approval is based upon all these things being met unless I specify otherwise before the city commission will sign off on the final plat. So these are things that still need to be done. The first issue was just the scale of the plat is supposed to be the same as the subdivision plan, but in this case, the scale of the plat is 1 inch equals 50 foot. The subdivision plan 1 inch is 40 foot, so that would need to be taken care of on the plat. And it should be noted, the plat came in very late. We didn't get that until the last few weeks. And partially that was due to the fact that the lead surveyor that was supposed to do the survey for the project that does the plat, the surveyor passed away. We would need to get the title opinion maybe within 6 months of the expected date of the filing of the recording of the plat. Condition 3, per section 14.05.02, upon approval of city commission, a printed copy of the Mylar should be provided to the city clerk for signature. And it then would be recorded with the court, with the city clerk receiving a copy of that. 5, applicant shall submit the original application substituting the name of the current city magistrate for the previous one and re-signing. 6, the issue of the description of the forage remain related to the city engineer's email dated October 20th, 2021, including the staff report as Exhibit A, needs to be addressed in this satisfaction. 7, per the comments of the city engineer, again, that Exhibit A, the water main at East Craig Avenue and Lake Drive North, including how the AC pipe is to be connected and disconnected after it's placed into service. That needs to be resolved to the satisfaction of the city engineer. 8, the markups that were done by the city engineer proposed for the plat, you need to be taken care of. The city does have to have a surveyor who, I'm not sure of the status of that, having a contract with the surveyor who actually reviews the plat. Apparently there was not somebody under contract at the time. They will actually review the plat, and they're required by state statute to sign off on plats. 10, prior to issuance of the building permits, each home model shall be approved for architectural certificate of appropriateness for the gateway corridor. 11, applicants will pay a prorated share towards improvements to East Craig Avenue at the time that construction of this occurred. I mentioned the shade-free requirement earlier. So there's any other conditions here. 15, condition 13 deals with the permitting for the endangered species. 14 is getting all the permitting in from the federal and state agencies that are necessary. See, they would have to comply with the city standards, LDC standards, 7.10.01 and 7.10.06 regarding noise limits in the city for construction. As I mentioned before, 16 just deals with the fact that they would have to either mitigate on-site, preserve trees, or be paying into a tree fund, except for different methods for dealing with the trees that would be removed as part of the subdivision construction. The location of driveways under 17 would have to be approved at the time of each building permit to make sure they're not too close to intersections. And if the 1850 waivers not approved, they would have to construct the sidewalks, and they would also, under one of the other conditions, have to resubmit plans showing that sidewalk and some details of that. And again, as I said, if there were any model homes, they would be a special exception, again, would be under the aesthetic review. 20 goes back to the Craig Avenue improvements. And I think that basically handles some of most of the conditions. I'd be happy to answer any other questions you may have.
Commissioner, you have any questions?
Yes, I do. I just don't know exactly who to address them to. So I'll just ask in general and whoever wants to answer them. Was a traffic survey required in this portion of the, was not required? Okay. There's on page 5 of 11, or page 40 of this, it shows adjacent property characteristics and zoning classifications. The one that says direction west talks about a zoning classification of 1.25 acres. I'm assuming that's just abuts this property or
It
joins.
was to the northwest, kind of the northwest of the upper.
But it's not part of this particular subdivision plot. It's across.
No, it's to the northwest of the site.
And the last question was, what happens to one of the lots in the subdivision if when they go to build a permit for the house, it cannot meet one or more of the criteria it needs to meet in order to be built?
And they can't build on
It becomes an unbuildable lot.
It would be either that or they could come back and modify plans, it could meet the state, whatever the standard is, whether it be for the well and septic placement. I mean, actually, you're on water here, so it'd be the septic system or setback issues, something like that.
Right. So it would not come back in and say, okay, well, we would like to request that distance be changed to a shorter distance.
It could come in as a variance for the house on that lot.
But if it can't be solved administratively through the licensing agency, the State Department of Health, it would have to come back and you have to approve a change. But right now, they're not.
Or not. Or not.
Or not.
Okay.
But right now, you were saying what?
They're not asked for any variations. They believe they can build on the homes they have subdivided, the design of subdivision they can build.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Wait. I did not hear or understand the resolution, or maybe there was no resolution to the left turn across the boulevard there. Was there a resolution to that?
It was talked about one time, the city could possibly put some more landscaping in, or make it impossible or make it harder for the car, if they run over the landscaping, go across trying to.
So the city would just find a way to accommodate.
It was a citizen suggestion. I think our conclusion was it wasn't necessary.
Okay.
You said staff thought it wasn't necessary for the landscape,
No, for the cut through to the median.
but there was not necessary to address the potential cut through the medians there on Lakeview?
Correct.
Really?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, well, good. Thank you for sharing that. I disagree.
We were raising that time of meeting, could be more favorable to the commission, and something to talk with the development about a contribution towards that.
Thank you. What was our next step in this process? I don't want to get.
The next step would be, if you're done asking questions, obviously you can bring them back up and ask more questions later, but now it would be for the applicant to come forward.
I know some of you are waiting to speak, but we do have a process here. Mr. Applicant.
Yes.
Please introduce yourself.
Absolutely. My name is George Dennison. I'm counsel on behalf of the applicant, Faith Ridge Construction.
You said the last name was Stinson?
Dennison.
Dennison.
Yes, sir. We appreciate everyone coming out. We've been here a few times now. We agree with staff's recommendation for approval with the conditions. I think I'd like to address just one importantly, the waiver regarding the sidewalks on Lake Pearl Drive and East Craig. we're no longer requesting that waiver. We absolutely agree that the sidewalks are necessary there, and we're more than happy to accommodate that. With respect to the turnaround there, the cut through on the median, I understand the concern there as well. We've had 3 or 4 pre-application meetings over the course of the last 6 months, and it was addressed, and then it was sort of discontinued and ultimately decided that it wasn't paramount to the ultimate discussion, which was the subdivision of the lots. If that becomes an issue, we'd be obviously agreeable to negotiating some sort of term there if needed. I think the ultimate decision with respect to the cut through was that it's a pretty clear median, and that, you know, we having those 4 frontages on that street right there wouldn't necessarily rise to the level to need a cutout of that median. It would sort of just rely on the quorum of the citizens to not hold through a median, which is clearly a median. But again, you know, we'd be happy to hear recommendations or considerations to that point. But again, we agree with staff's recommendation for approval and happy to answer any questions. We also have members of Newkirk Engineering here as well that are happy to answer any questions regarding the swale, conservation easements, anything of the sort. So appreciate everyone's time. We're here to answer any questions.
Mr. Jensen, before you return.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the presenter, the developer? Mr. Vice Mayor.
It's not so much the decorum of the citizens, it's the decorum of the various vendors and the various people who come into town and cross that median on a regular basis. And to where some have taken it upon themselves to install some type of landscape barrier to prevent that from occurring. This is also my zone. And so I've been receiving, you know, a boatload of communication about a lot of all of this as well too. And so my name is Jim Collins. Thank you for coming in here tonight. Is your client amenable to talking about site plans and densities?
Sure, yeah, absolutely.
Fair enough. Thank you.
The water management area, water retention area that they're got the buffer put in there and everything, is that going to be one large continuous, or is it going to be individual for each lot?
It's one large continuous, as shown for the plans that were submitted. If we want to get into too many specifics about, you know, the engineering behind that, I would invite you to Newkirk up here to explain that. But to that point, yes, it's one continuous.
It's going to be an engineering thing because of the hill and the slope and everything has to be overcome to make it all continuous.
Right. And just to point out also, we've received our St. John's Water Management District permit as of October 22nd. So yeah, considering any of the, you know, the comments that we made regarding pollution to the lake or any kind of runoff, that's all been considered, addressed, and we've complied with all the St. John's to make sure that isn't a concern.
Has the engineering been done on that retention area, or is it simply this is the proposal and the engineering will be done?
No, the engineering's been done. Would you like to ask some questions of the engineers?
Did y'all have any questions for the engineer?
Yeah, I'd love to.
Yes, we appreciate that. Please state your name and.
Good evening, Shane Schroeder, Newkirk Engineering. I am representative for Cody Bogart of Newkirk Engineering, who's the design engineer on this project. Hopefully I can answer any questions that you may have. Cody couldn't make it to this meeting.
Appreciate you being here, Commission.
Kind of run through because clearly you know what the rules and regulations are as far as where placement and multiple things are concerned. And so run through for those of us out there that may not know what some of those things are, that you have to take into consideration when you actually carve these things up in certain lots, as far as setbacks are concerned, as far as distance from septic tanks, to high water line, et cetera, et cetera.
Yes, sir. With the design, as far as stormwater goes and everything in regards to the environmental considerations, we can't get a conceptual St. John's permit. You can only get a St. John's permit. And you can only get that if you fully satisfy all of their concerns that they may have. And St. John's is getting very strict with Florida waterways, or all the water management districts are now. So in order to go through that permitting process, we have to give them, a solid site plan that takes into account the impervious areas that are proposed for the lots. So there is a max to that is, decided by the permit. Also, septic tank drain fields also have to be placed appropriately. They can't be anywhere near upland buffers for wetlands, things of that nature. And the entire system, as far as the entire site goes, has to be designed to capture its runoff, because one of the biggest impacts to Florida's waterways is actually coming from residential fertilizer. And that's what we've got to try to stop, keep that from getting into the waterways. Did I address your question?
Yeah, you took your stormwater and you talked about septic tanks enough to, because those are the two things that are going to impact the quality of the lake more than anything else.
That leads right into the question I have, if you don't mind my interjecting. That runoff that's coming down towards that lake, historically, it's run right into that lake and fed that lake, and kept to the lake. These changes, improvements, capturing the runoff, capturing the fertilizer, I understand all of that. Will they not also capture the water and interfere with how much water ends up in the lake? And will it adversely affect the levels of the lake?
That is another condition of St. John's approval, is you can't negatively impact existing water bodies in addition to neighboring properties and everything. In regards to the water going into the lake, it's still going to get there. It's just going to get there slower. The biggest thing that we do with stormwater versus pre-development and post-development is we have to reduce the rate and volume of runoff. So it comes off slower, and if we can, we reduce the volume. If it's a confined basin where the water can't get out, then you have to worry about volume considerations as well. The lake that's existing there won't be, it's a dry retention system that does discharge to the lake after it goes through its treatment process. So it's going to help clean the lake up, really. It won't be drying the lake out, and it's not going to create an adjacent water body right next to it.
Would you recommend the city considering doing improvements on the two roads that are currently not paved to be able to assist in the control of stormwater at the time of subdivisions?
Improvements to the road in which,
in other words, two of the roads that are on Topside and Craig and Pearl are not paved.
Paved?
Pearl's just.
Craig's not paved, that's it.
But Craig's not.
Craig is a gravel.
Right. Would you recommend that the city improve that, in other words, pay that, take any stormwater that may come off the road at the same time subdivision? In other words, at least the engineering side of it, what may be, do you understand where I'm getting at?
I believe so.
I know it's not your responsibility because it's not on that property, but it's going to be part of the issue.
Yes.
Would our city engineer be? Do you want to address that?
Yeah. Thank you.
Derek Wayne Scott, the ECT engineering consultant for the city of Lake Helen. We have requested the developer to make improvements to the intersection at Craig and Lake Pearl, and to retain some of that charm that we keep talking about Lake Helen.
They're not Craig and Lake Pearl.
Craig and Lakeview?
Lakeview.
Lakeview, sorry.
Lakeview, thank you for the record.
Commissioner Basso messed me up with the Lake Pearl.
Sorry about that.
We just made that.
I didn't do it on purpose, I swear.
I'm sorry, my apologies. But we did ask them to make some substantial improvements at the intersection to make the intersection safer, keeping the charm of the dirt road the rest of the way east on Craig. So we're.
What's your, go ahead, sir,
We
I'm
would
sorry.
recommend improvements to Craig at this time, other than the improvements that they're doing.
What's your estimation of the impact of the Craig Road improvements to the cut-through alley that dumps out onto Tangerine and Barbie?
I'm not aware of the cut through, so I can't answer that question.
we would appreciate, at least I would, a little bit more input than on that part. Because once you improve Craig deads in at a residence to the left. To the right, there's a cut-through alley that dumps right out onto the lake, right onto Tangerine. And it's borders a residence, closely borders a residence. One of my larger concerns of the improvements to Craig Avenue, which it's a double-edged sword for me, because it provides more access into this cut-through alley that is unimproved, sand, rutted road that is rarely used for transit, although used enough to where the sand ruts are definable, easily seen as usable. And there's also a great deal of pedestrian traffic and bicycle traffic that moves back and through Craig and down that. I live literally within view of this alleyway. So, and as a result of the pandemic, I've been at home a huge amount of time now. And I see a great deal of pedestrian use of traffic on that Craig coming off of Lakeview. And it's a nice, pretty little shortcut that dumps right out onto Tangerine right there. So I think you would need to address, team, the potential improvements of Craig and how it would affect that little cut through alley.
The improvements we requested, Commissioner, are just at the intersection to make it a little bit safer at the intersection.
I'm mistaken. So you're not considering improving the rest of Craig?
Correct. The intersection, the way it exists today, is just a little unsafe, and we've asked them to move the stop sign and put a little turn apron there.
Yeah, I would just, my whole line of questioning was toward, is there gonna be a financial exposure on the city side to improve Craig? Because I don't know, but it seems to me that this new subdivision going in and people have new houses there, certain financing won't require it, but I know certain financing require that you live on a paved street. So that's why I was wondering if we were going to have a financial responsibility on just for budgeting purposes down the road, if it's something we need to look at, then, you know, I want to deal with that now as far as conversation is concerned rather than wait.
Well, your city administrator has asked us to provide a roads analysis proposal, which will be developed in the next couple of months and then brought to this commission for hearing.
Okay.
And at that time, we would do a proper evaluation of all the roads and maybe make recommendations on how to restrict.
It'll be better now at that point.
Make improvements to alleys that are really alleys. Is it official alley, Commissioner?
I don't know. I don't see it on any maps in the city of Lake County.
I just a piece of property that people just started cutting.
I've lived in that residence 35 years.
Been there as long as I can.
And it's been as long as I can.
It's a de facto road, but it's not a private road or a recognized road.
It may be, but it just simply unapproved.
I don't believe it is.
We did research.
Thank you both.
Any other questions?
I got a question. The guy behind you, the one that for the purpose of the public knowledge and everything, when you do a stormwater basin and stuff to catch the contaminated water before it goes into a body of lake, what type of filter systems do they use to prevent the contaminants from getting into the lake water?
Nature itself.
I mean, are you gonna do percolation through the groundwater, or are you gonna do the overflow capture tubes that you see at some of the highways?
No, there's no filtration system that's proposed. Those get very expensive very quickly. It's a standard dry pond setup where it's designed to be dry because we have soils that can accept the water. Bad water comes in, fills it up to a certain level that's decided by the criteria set forth in the water management districts and FDUP. And, you know, in that time, the water attenuates, the bad stuff tends to settle down to the bottom, and then we allow, you know, so we don't overflow and blow out a bank or, you know, flood a property. We have a control structure that allows water out after it's reached a certain amount of attenuation. And the clean water off the top is allowed to flow out, and the bad water gets pushed down into the dirt. But it's good for it there. You know, grass eats it up, bacteria eats it up, bugs eat it up. Nature handles it and takes care of it, as long as we make sure that it's properly designed and don't let it just flow right into the.
Typical of a foliar with a skimmer, so.
Yes.
So that's, the whole system's made to help keep the contaminated water from going into the lake and making the lake worse than what it is. That's the whole purpose St. John is put all these regulations together, so.
Yes, sir. That is 100% the goal.
And they don't make it easy.
No, it's pretty involved, but no, it's good. It's what needs to be done.
Any other questions for this engineer or anybody on the presentation team? Public comment?
Well, I guess the only comment I would have on all this, and I can work with their attorney on it, is the language about participating on leased games. No, what was the name of the street? Craig.
Any improvements towards that?
Yeah.
On the pro rata basis?
On pro rata.
I wondered about that.
Yeah, I need to get a little bit more specific on how that's calculated. And secondly, I would recommend whatever we come up with, we get the money now. Because you don't want, if we build the road in 10 years, this development company is gonna be gone probably. So it's trying to collect money from a developer whenever we get around to paving it. We need to get that contribution today, so we can put that money aside and for that specific purpose of whatever that, I'm trying to find the name of that street. Craig, East Craig Street.
But that could be a vacated portion, the portion that I'm talking
Yeah,
about too.
but that was just kind of loosely worded for me. Yeah. So I would like to be more specific, and the money needs to be, I don't know how we guarantee we're gonna get the money whenever we get around to doing it, so that proportionate share, whatever, calculate that.
How would that get cleaned up? Would that just be done by staff? Or?
Yeah. Yeah, we can work, that's just my own comment, looking at the comments, the conditions that were put in there, I would just like that tightened up some.
Are there any other presentations that need to be made, or do we move now to public comment?
Do you have any other presentations?
No, I agree with you, 100%. I think the language is just a little loose, and if we could get some kind of enumeration to start working on what the pro rata share would be, I think that's in our interest as well. Yeah, we're agreeable.
That was very loose, you're right.
Yeah.
Then I guess the next, if the applicant is done with the presentation, and I presumably they will come back and reserve some time to respond to any public comments, but now would be time for the public to comment.
Okay, Todd Preston.
Good evening, Todd Preston, 352 Connecticut Avenue. I have 2 points I'd like to make before I end my 3-minute spiel here. One, I would like to just clarify something the planner spoke of when he said they could put 18 homes on that property based on the 3 units per acre. That's true, however, there are, the zoning allows 18 homes, but there are other areas of the land development code that would prohibit that many homes. One case in point being the minimum 100-foot lot frontage. So there's not enough land there to put 18 homes on. The second thing is there's a clerical error. I just want to point it out to you under conditions approval, page 45, item 12. It says, shade trees shall be replanted along North Lakeside Avenue. We don't have a Lakeside Avenue here in Lake County. So, maybe they'll correct that. Okay. All right, there we go. I know that, the attorney said that, we have to discuss issues that are pertinent to what you're voting on tonight, but I think this is pertinent. So, first I want to say that I'm not opposed to this development. I firmly believe that every landowner should have the right to develop their land as they see fit, so long as it's developed in accordance with the established land development codes. This project fits within the guidelines of our development codes, and I believe it should be approved. What I am opposed to is the city's continued disregard for its own commitment to the Blue Spring Basin Management Action Plan. The very same plan that the city committed to in a joint agreement around 2016. In that plan, the city committed, along with 5 other municipalities, to reduce nitrogen loading into the Blue Spring watershed recharge area. To date, the only actions the city has taken were establishing a sprinkler ordinance and a one-time public awareness campaign in around 2017. Based on proven scientific studies, on-site septic systems combined with turf grass fertilizing are contributing approximately 76% of the nitrogen load found to be present in Blue Spring and its basin area. In that aspect, Lake Helen is quickly becoming one of the largest contributors of that nitrogen loading. Tonight, you have an opportunity to turn the tide and make a positive long-term impact on your commitment to the action plan. In the course of approving this development, and I'm asking you on behalf of myself and all our environmentally concerned citizens to set a condition requiring installation of enhanced nitrogen treatment septic systems for these new homes. Requiring this advanced technology won't harm anyone, and it will benefit everyone. The added cost of construction will be passed on to new home buyers, and homes will still sell. You have one chance here to close the gap on the next 30 years of nitrogen production from these new homes, which is estimated to be 6,488 pounds of nitrogen going into the watershed. If you don't do it now, those systems will not get replaced again for another approximately 30 years. Now, tonight, is a time to show your leadership, embrace the technology, and become good stewards for an environmental future. Thank you for allowing me to speak, and I hope you make a wise decision. That's it.
Thank you. Nancy Weir.
Nancy Weary, Lake Helen. I agree with Todd. I think that's a great idea. I would even suggest maybe, I don't know if we can do this, but maybe suggest some landscaping, some native landscaping to kind of help with that. But that's not really what I signed up to talk about. I wanted to comment, during the presentation, there was a comment made about city will maintain Lake Olivia. Will continue to maintain Lake Olivia. The city does not maintain that lake now. Are we budgeting to maintain that lake? I think it's a discussion we need to have so that we're all in the know.
Is Lake Olivia's, is it completely, is it private or is it city?
It's private. We've asked that we have the ability in the future to control the surface if that ever becomes a necessity, but no, we have not maintained, we have no plans to maintain. It's a private lake.
But that was mentioned in one of the presentations, that it would be the city's responsibility to maintain the lake. That phrase was used, and I caught my ear as well.
We've planned on the city's ability to maintain the lake, but we have made no commitment to maintaining the lake.
No, in other words, if it requires maintenance, correct, probably does, and probably should be on the maintenance plan. We will reserve the right to be able to go in there and do what needs to be done.
We've provided for the ability to do it, yeah, but it's up to the commission to do it, and, how do you do that and not the other 10 lakes and ponds?
Yeah, no.
Can I ask a question? Just, I'm curious. If it's privately owned, can they go in and do that? I mean, I'm a private lake owner, and no one comes in and cleans my lake. That's our responsibility.
Commissioner Packard.
The lake currently is surrounded by private property, and they have the rights to the bottom of the lake. All waters are owned by the state, but the land underneath the lake is owned by the property owners.
Does the city of Lake Helen currently?
The currently Lake Lydia is all privately owned underneath. When the development is done, there was I believe, a proposal I wrote somewhere for the city to take over maintenance of the stormwater retention, which is on the edge of the lake.
I would like to,
Then,
Roger, I'd like to interject, and this is really not, I appreciate the information and trying to develop an understanding, but that doesn't really pertain to the approval of this.
No, but it answers your question.
I know, I understand that, but we need to stay on topic for consideration of vehicles. Those are good questions, there's nothing wrong with them, but just need to stay on topic. Last public comment that I have is that you'll welcome.
Danielle Lawson, 715 McKenzie Road. I wasn't sure what I was gonna say, but one of the things that, and I have talked to FWC, they constantly mow the grass, which they have a right to do. The problem is what started out to be a number of gopher tortoises on that property don't exist anymore. And I did have pictures, but because I can't see them, I can't call somebody the minute I see them run over one of those holes. Nothing can be done about it. But I think that it seems like they overmow it. You know, it's like we all mow our grass. But it's almost a constant thing, like, okay, let's saw the grass again and chase the gopher tortoises off. And then we had one that also died on the road. Okay, but the other thing, I mean, I do live right up the street from there. And you put, I don't know if it's 10 houses, there's gonna be 20 cars. And I already live on the racetrack road. I mean, they literally go, you're smiling. They go flying down that road, and it's great because, you know, my husband does walk the dog. My husband is also deaf. And so this is just gonna add, I think I kind of look at the two houses he built coming in to the city, and yes, they're nice houses. They were put on two small lots. And so his credibility with me to actually do something nice there and reasonable, it just doesn't wash. You know, that's my only comment. You know, I know he can do, I agree with Todd, you know, he can do what he wants to do. I also agree with Todd though, because the problem with the contaminated in lakes and even the ground is the fertilizers that go in your lawn. They found that septic, yes, has a certain amount, but they come down with the fertilizers that people put on their yard, and he's gonna build these houses, and it sounds like his idea is, so everybody's gonna have, not my front yard that doesn't get any fertilizer except whatever the birds do, you know. But that's gonna be another concern, but that is a nice little lake there. And he has a right to build as long as he meets the criteria, I understand that. But the bottom line is, if you look, just kind of stand at the corner of Lake Pearl and Lakeview and imagine what's gonna be there, it doesn't fit Lake Helen in any way, shape, or form. Thank you very much.
That concludes the public comment section, I believe, unless anyone else has desire to comment. Hearing none, I'll ask the city attorney one more time to, much of what we heard in public comment did not meet what we discussed earlier, the substantial competent evidence. I know we were sitting here in a quasi-judicial, as a quasi-judicial forum right now. Well, I can't think of the right word, but could you go through that one more time as to what we can factor into our decision?
You're sitting in a quasi-judicial hearing, and if a court was to look at this, the decision, there's three things the court would look at on an appeal. One is, was due process provided? That's notice, opportunity heard, that's been satisfied. Secondly is, were the essential requirements of the law followed? Thirdly, is the decision supported by substantial competent evidence? One of the things, when I talk about focusing on the review criteria, that's the essential requirements of the law. When you start looking at consideration or considering facts or factors or evidence that's not related to the issue before you, and you take that into consideration, you may be deviating from the essential requirements of law because you're not applying the correct law to your decision. When you start making decisions on substantial competent evidence, citizens' comments is a very tough thing to judge and for you all to evaluate because the testimony needs to be competent. I'm not saying people are incompetent, but if somebody comes in and gives testimony that the courts have viewed as an expert opinion, then they need to be qualified as an expert to give that type of testimony for you to be considered competent and you can consider it. Valuation issues, engineering issues, traffic concerns, those type of issues are addressed by experts with expert opinions. You've heard from our planner, you've seen their analysis by their experts, and that has been submitted as evidence. And I personally don't like it, but it is the way the law is. Unfortunately, if somebody wants to oppose the expert opinions that have been given by the applicant, and when we talked earlier this week, I said applicants are always going to bring you substantial competent evidence. That's their job. They're professional developers. They're going to have the engineers, the surveyors, everybody's going to present everything, and it puts a significant burden on the public to refute that, almost have to go out and obtain their own expert testimony to refute the expert testimony that's been provided. So that's the long, probably winded answer you're looking for is you need to be focused on the decision at hand, and you need to make sure that the evidence that you are considering is both substantial, which means it is the type of evidence that somebody would sway this, a reasonable person would accept as swaying their decision in terms of the quantity of the evidence, substantial amount, and then it also must be competent. The person that is giving the testimony that you heard has to be qualified to give that type of opinion, especially when you're picking up what is traditionally an expert opinion.
Thank you. I appreciate
That's all with it. And maybe the applicant's attorney had some rebuttal.
No, not so much rebuttal. I appreciate that explanation. That took words right out of my mouth. To the comments we heard, and again, we appreciate everyone's staying here this late. We do take that into consideration when we develop projects like this. This isn't thoughtless development. This is very conscious development. We're not coming in at high density trying to force a subdivision down. This is conscious development. And my points that I was going to reiterate, but I don't want to get too far into it, was St. John's is a professional organization. We've complied with numerous requests from them. That is an exhaustive, report that they require. Those are professionals. Those are experts. Those are people that not that anyone doesn't know what they're talking about. They're better than anyone here. As to the engineering, same. The experts at Newkirk Engineering have spent countless hours on this already. Those concerns regarding the swale, regarding the sloping, that has not been something that was thrown together this week. That has been months in the making. So we appreciate everyone's comment. We appreciate everyone staying this late for this. And appreciate your time.
Thank you. Do we need to hear any additional evidence or presentations?
Go ahead.
Oh,
No, go ahead. I want you to go ahead and finish. I have a couple more comments.
Well, if we have more questions for the developer, then go right ahead.
It's comment and question both. I like what you just said, conscious development. I've heard those terms before in other formats. It also requires conscious conversations. And, what you've heard a little bit tonight from our citizens is a reflection of the passion of Lake Helen, the Lake Helen brand, as I call it, in managing our opportunity. We recognize where we are now. And because of that, it's incumbent upon me as being a passionate resident here, as well as a decision maker up here, to establish that type of conscious conversation about this conscious development. And I really sincerely believe that you have completely provided the competent, substantial evidence in which to support this development going forward. And I implore you to keep this conscious conversation going with us to find that what's going to work for your client and find that works for this commission on the behalf of this public out here. Because this is what I signed up for. I don't do this for the money. And this job doesn't define me. I do it because I really want it. And I told people out here, I still do it even when it sucks. I like it when it sucks. But I like it a lot better when we're all getting along and finding a way to make it work for you guys and make it work for us, not just me as a commissioner. I was never able to be a part of the Woods development over there. I was part of the Gateway process. I was on the PLDRC years and years ago. There were some visionary people out there. We were very, very fortunate to have a city manager who was acting as our city manager who had a significant planning background. And because of that, and because of the conversations that they had consciously, we end up with the Woods of Lake Helen. We end up with the Gateway corridor that's going to drive how your things are going to look, or how your buildings are going to look over there. At the same time, we have to be cognizant of the human impact of what this development causes in that small corner for me. And frankly, I'm passionate now because my grandbabies, my children, have all had their pictures taken with all those yellow flowers in that field that Ms. O'Loughlin talks about, have big moat. Which leads me to my last question. Prior to that field being mowed, had your client attempted to find or identify the gopher tortoises in that? Because it sat unmowed for years. And had there been any attempt prior to that?
We haven't done a formal FWC gopher tortoise count yet. No.
But there's no informal walkthrough of the property?
None
that you're aware of?
Correct. So, I apologize, I think it's illegal about that, but I wasn't there.
I don't know that does this?
No, I digress.
I don't think this directly impacts, because that's a future thing.
No, I digress.
So, no, it's okay, I understand where the mind goes, and that's natural progression, we all care about these kind of things very much. But it doesn't substantially or directly apply to this decision.
Understood.
So to answer Jim Conlon's question, in one of the packages of forms, there was a layout on where all the turtle nests were found.
In the package that was here tonight?
Not tonight. In one of the previous packages or online or somewhere there was a map.
I have a complete package of Faith Road at home, and I'll take you up on that. But thank you.
They did produce environmental studies, they did identify the location, the number of gopher tortoises.
Yeah, they comply with that, and they'll have to comply with the relocation at whatever step along the way that is required.
And to clarify to that point, my comment was solely we have a wrong FWC number. That will come, that's forthcoming, that's again, another part of this process in the conscious development, as you said, and I sincerely appreciate your comments, and this isn't just words, we're sincerely trying to make a
I'm sensing this.
Right. Yeah, I truly am, respectful of this community. I grew up in DeLand, which is not Lake Helen, I'm aware, but, I'm not from Orlando, I practice there now, but I understand this area, and Joseph clearly understands this area, he intends on living in this development. This isn't a big shot coming in and trying to put.
I'm not inferring it is either. That's not my inference whatsoever.
Okay, well, we appreciate that.
I've got a procedure point of check on. If that thought is correct, I think we're past our.
It's not.
It's an hour ahead.
Thanks, I'm sorry, I'm not, building it, I'm not aware.
There was a.
Well, what do I need to do now?
Nothing.
Okay.
Until 11 o'clock.
At 11 o'clock you do.
Is that, so that's an hour?
It's an hour
I just have a public comment.
Yes, 1 second.
Me personally, I'm going to support this at the end of the day because I don't think it would withstand a lawsuit, to be honest with you. And, but if it was, I was king, it was my world, I'd rather see 4 or 5 houses on that property rather than 10. That's me personally. And Todd, you talk about septic tanks, how adamant I've always been about talking to the city about our infrastructure for sanitary sewer and what happens. I would love to see something like that, but at this juncture, okay, it's not even an option that we can allow them to entertain. And so it's one of those things where I wish I could do it different.
but I know that you've done everything that you need to do by law to satisfy the needs that are required. And so at the end of the day, I'm the one to support it.
And to the point of septic as well, St. John's requirements for septic tanks is every year increasing in terms of stringency. So whatever septic tanks go in here will be, very compliant, very state of the art compared to some things that were put in 5 years ago.
I'm sure they are, and I've been in the infrastructure business my whole life, so I know what's FWC's attitude is towards them. I mean, if they could wave the magic wand and get rid of all of them, but anyway, thank you.
Well, do you have anything else you wish to?
I do not, just thank you for your time.
Does the staff have anything else they wish to add at this time?
The only thing I'd point out is the city attorney has drafted a resolution for your consideration. And as an attachment to that would be the points the planner, John Patterson, has identified, taking out the developer's request for the sidewalk elimination, which has now been withdrawn. So it's just the 21 points conditions. And that would then allow the city attorney and myself to continue the discussion along those points. There were some minor suggested clarifications that those would agree would be possible. But that's what we would suggest be the vehicle for approval or disapproval of the adoption or not adoption of that resolution.
What is this one?
No,
Let me see if I get this one, and the attorney can correct me if I get it wrong or not.
What I can do is, like, I can read that resolution title into the record, and then you can, if you choose, you can make a motion to approve.
How's it going to do with, because I'm concerned about addressing the issues that you talked about that needed to be resolved also.
I think that, at least that's more of a clarification. I want to tighten up that language, but I generally say that the resolution says we approve it subject to the conditions attached here too. And so what we can do is take the conditions that are attached here too, which were the ones, the bullet points, we can strike the one on the sidewalk, and then I can add language into the one regarding the street proportionate share, and say that parties will specify the exact amount that they will agree on, the exact amount that the developer will contribute, and that will contribute prior to the, as a condition of subdivision approval.
Yeah, we have freedom to do that because it isn't enumerated right now, but they're free to be a part of it, so to make that part of this.
I make the motion according to what the attorney is going to say.
Wow, okay.
Is there a second?
Let me go, I'll read the resolution, and you can make a motion on the resolution. This is the correct title number again. Resolution number 2021-19, a resolution of the City Commission of the City of Lake Helen, Florida, approving the commercial, what's this one?
Yeah, that's, you're 18 if you want.
Okay, I'm sorry. 2021-18, apologize. A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Lake Helen, Florida, approving the Base Grove preliminary and final subdivision plan and plat with conditions, providing for an effective date. And the conditions.
That's my motion.
Yeah.
That would be a motion to approve resolution 2021-18.
Yes.
Oh,
And
I'll second.
And the conditions attached?
Yes.
Yes.
It's in the resolution.
Okay. And so we have motion by Commissioner Eckert, seconded by Commissioner Basso. Is there any discussion from the board?
I just have a question. I know that this went before the PLRC prior to all of the changes that have been made. And I'm wondering, would it be appropriate to pass it back to the planning board before we move forward? Or is that?
The whole subdivision thing? My answer is I think that they in 99% of the case, have answered the questions you need to as far as the subdivision is concerned. Now, the individual houses that go on each lot, they'll all go in front of the historical board. Probably, I don't know, will that go by the PLDRC? Each individual house? Or does that just go right to the historic preservation board?
We'll sure do the historic preservation board and then to this body for approval. I'll have to look at the code to see if site plan, if there's site plan, then that would also go through.
Yeah, but each one, every single plan, will, for each house that's built, will have to go through, another set of inspection plans, inspections, et cetera, to make sure it meets all the criteria that's put in place. Setbacks, septic tanks, distances from X, et cetera, et cetera.
And I guess maybe to help you a little bit, there's not a hard and fast rule on that. Your planning board raised certain concerns, and it's very common through the process of going from the planning board. You don't have to get approval from the planning board to go on to the commission, but you have the concerns of the planning board, and between the planning board and the commission, they've addressed those, tried to address as many of those concerns they could. And I think the planner, and he discussed that. If they all of a sudden, if it went to the planning board as a single family residential, and all of a sudden they came back, and even though there were probably reasons they couldn't do it, and it was 10 lots, and now they're proposing 15 lots. I would be like, yeah, this has changed a lot. It's not even the same development. They haven't changed, the number of lots is basically the same. They've addressed these other concerns. So I don't believe, this seems to be following the normal process. I guess, it goes from the planning board. They make their comments, make their recommendation, and then the question is, when it comes to you, has the applicant, are you concerned with the same concerns that the planning board raised, and has the applicant adequately addressed those concerns?
I did have that same concern as well, and the maps have changed substantially. I understand kind of the step-by-step process, how it went before the BLDRC. They recommended not approve it, but that was because they couldn't get through all the stuff done in that amount of time for that meeting. That then devolved to staff. Staff did go through all of those concerns. We get advised both by staff and the BLDRC. It all comes up to us ultimately. They merely recommend or decline to recommend approval, but it's always our approval that carries the day.
And if had the applicant not made any changes from the PLDRC recommendations, my gut tells me staff's recommendation would have been different than that. Correct. So it's because of the work after that PLDRC that they received staff support for the issues.
Would it be appropriate or inappropriate to have anyone from PLDRC add to this? I don't even know if they're here to do that, but at this point, it probably is a moot question, but.
It's basically in your court, they're obviously have the opportunity to speak if they were here, and raise the concerns, address the concerns they raised. But ultimately, this is in your court now. I think we'll call it that. Sure. You get to make the decisions now. The recommendation from the PLDRC is substantial competent evidence. That's something you need to consider. That's just one piece of it. Staff's recommendation is another part of the substantial competent evidence. So you gotta take all that into consideration.
So it is a legitimate consideration that our advisory board, which does provide substantial competent evidence, has not weighed in on this, and has not been here tonight, to weigh in on it, for whatever reason, for various reasons. The ball's still in our court though. Any additional discussion before we vote on the motion?
Yeah, I think they weighed in the sense that they made recommendations and then the developers moved toward satisfying those. And as good staff would do, they watched the process and involved with the process to make sure those things happen. So that's why we've got recommendations from PLDRC, recommendations from staff to move forward with this.
And this is a little bit off topic, but I would say that in the past, I and staff have worked with, I'm not going to name particular boards, with boards to make sure they understood that an applicant doesn't have to satisfy them to come to you. You know, if you want to recommend denial, that's fine, but it needs to go on. You can't keep it at that board level and say it's not moving on until we okay. That's not how it works, you know. And so we encourage our boards to work in that way. and that, it goes forward to whatever recommendation is. It can be approval, it can be denial, it can be approval with conditions.
They cannot become a black hole and something comes down to.
They just can't be a stopgap. So until you satisfy us, you don't go any further. That's not the intent of an advisory board. The intent of an advisory board is to advise you.
In time.
Yeah.
Additional comments? You ready to take a vote? Well, before I ask you that, I will make a comment as well. I have received numerous comments along the way. One of the things I promised to do in my campaign was to defend the character of this city as aggressively and as I could within the bounds of the law. This wonderful America that we live in, one of the founding things was life, liberty, and property. They changed it to pursuit of happiness because of slavery. But property was one of the highest American ideals. Person has a right to their property, a right to develop it. We have the right as a city to set forth guidelines, but within those guidelines, man, people have property rights, and it matters a lot. It matters more than almost anything else in America. That may sound a little bodacious, but it's true. These people have apparently substantially met the requirements in our laws, and to deny them at this stage for this step of this development process, I think would be inappropriate. So that's my 2 cents worth. Now we'll weigh in, or vote, Zone 1. I can't. We'll start the other way. Zone 4.
How the mayor parsed the vote at this stage and at this process, I'll vote yes.
Yes. Zone 3 is yes. Zone 2?
Yes.
Zone 1?
Yes.
And I vote yes as well.
I look forward to the conscious conversations.
Yes, we do. That's a good point. We look forward to those conscious conversations. This is the first step in a very long process. We understand that. We look forward to working with you. We want to be a good city to develop in and a good city to live in. We're all on the same page.
And
New business. Oh, sorry.
For to answer to your question, what you were concerned about comes in the next phase when the council comes in.
Okay. Thank you all for that contributed to this process. I know there's quite a few of you. Feel free to proceed on. Number 12, new business financial resolutions for the end of the year. Mr. City Administrator.
Who's got to read the title first? I'll go read the title of the resolution first, and then the administrator can.
Title of the resolution.
Yeah, usually I read the title.
Okay.
Resolution 2021-16 by title only for first and only reading. A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Lake County, Florida, adopting an accounting policy for the American Rescue Plan Act, ARPA, Coronavirus Fiscal Recovery Fund, CLFRF grant, providing an effective date.
Mr. Mayor, members of the commission, with us this evening is Zach Calapor from James Moore, our contract finance director. And I think I would like to say it because he probably won't say it, but he's done a significant thing for the city and doing some very arduous calculations to determine that the American Rescue Plan money, 1.2 million, can be credited towards recovery. And I'm probably stealing the speech from him. But I think he deserves the credit, and you should know that. And it would significantly improve the ability of the city to use the money and how they can use it and reduce the staff's time to justify it through so many laborious forms with the U.S. Treasury Department. So with that preamble, I'll give it to Zach, and now that I've told you what a great job he is, he can go home now.
Good evening, everyone. First, a quick congrats, Mayor Lane, Commissioner Rutledge. I look forward to getting to know So yes, regarding this resolution, where we have a policy to present to all related to the use of the ARPA funds. I'm gonna give a real quick background, probably 2-3 minutes hopefully. Did an hour webinar this afternoon on it, so there's a lot to it. But the bottom line is the city's share from the American Rescue Plan Act that was passed in March, or ARPA, as we like to refer to it, was just over $1.4 million. 50% of that was paid in September, so we have $700,000 currently sitting in the bank. The rules, as I believe the city administrator has discussed over the summer, primarily has focused around infrastructure in terms of where those dollars could be spent: water, sewer, broadband are kind of the 3 criteria in ARPA. One of the additional 4 areas that those funds could be used for is what's called revenue replacement or revenue loss. This is one where kind of conceptually you think about it, we didn't really lose a whole lot of revenue. I mean, sales taxes went down for a month last year when the state shut down. But we're in a very strong position overall, but especially from a revenue standpoint. Most of those have held strong throughout the pandemic. However, the way that this is done based on how it's defined in our with the Treasury, is it's not so much that your revenues decrease, it's go through this calculation, project based on past history what your revenues theoretically would have been, and then compare where you're at relative to that number. So when I went through that calculation, we look at 4 years prior. There were a number of factors there. We took on the fire. So previously, instead of running through the county's fire district, it's now in as a fire assessment and out in accordance with that contract, but that revenue was just growth. So we basically projected an 11% growth rate. The minimum that you would use is 4% of that. So we had a very high kind of projection. 2019, which we used as a base year that you kind of project from there, was a very strong year of a few one-time revenues that still get included in that calculation. So the bottom line right now, waiting until we finalize this audit, ballparking about a $400,000 revenue loss based on the calculation. That's for calendar year 2020. You have to convert from fiscal to a calendar year the way that the federal guidance is. That number would probably grow a little bit in future years because I don't think we're going to grow another 11% just to stay flat on that same loss. So the bottom line is I believe we are on track. We're going to meet that criteria. What that then means is wherever you have a revenue loss, it's very different than the other uses like infrastructure. So say we put $1 million to water infrastructure, that's cash out the door that was not already planned that you're using those ARPA funds for. The revenue replacement or revenue loss effectively is from meeting the criteria to earn those grant funds based on that loss in that calculation. Effectively, what would happen, if we go back a year ago, we had about $90,000 of CARES Act funds from Volusia County. The federal government changed those rules, and instead of having to just find PPE type hard dollar expenses related to COVID, we applied that $90,000 towards police department salaries to meet the rules of that grant, basically earn that $90,000. So effectively what it looks like we'll be able to do is we would earn those revenues through the revenue replacement probably over the course of the next 3 years. Effectively what that means is that $1.4 million would be, those revenues would be basically paying for existing expenses, whether it's public safety salaries, other administrative costs of the city. So at the end of the day, bottom line is that 1.4 million over the course of the next few years will ultimately, optimistically, I think, become available to use for any general city purpose because we will have met the criteria and the restrictions of those dollars based on the revenue replacement process. So looking at the AV improvements, otherwise that money could be available kind of for general investment into the city. So it gives us a huge amount of flexibility based on having stayed in the confines of the, only using it for water, things like that. There's other pressing needs for the city. What the policy following the resolution is a 2-page policy document that we drafted there. And the bottom line on that is really to just establish and ensure accountability and transparency over the use of those dollars. Because from an accounting standpoint, we can in theory say, hey, those revenues were earned, they dropped to the bottom line, they're unrestricted reserves, and the city's in great financial position. But what I kind of felt and thought that you all would feel is we want to establish, again, accountability and tracking for that. So effectively what this policy does is kind of internally restrict, because we've met the external restrictions from the federal government, or we expect to. We established this internal restriction so that the $1.4 million will kind of go into this ARPA transition bucket. I call it that would be separately tracked and presented in the financial statements. And then to use any of those funds out of the 1.4 million, because we've restricted it, the policy would require that any expenditures to be basically earmarked as coming out of those funds must come before and be approved by the city commission. So that's effectively what that policy is accomplishing. So that's pretty much it. I'd be more than glad. There's a lot to it. Again, I spent an hour walking through this process in the webinar this afternoon. I'd be more than glad to dive in deeper, clarify anything, or answer any other questions on this.
It sounds to me like the first information on this was it was going to be very restrictive. Now it seems like there's a bit of a caveat that provides more flexibility to where you can spend the revenue. Am I listening to you correctly?
Yeah, so this piece was into it, so everything in here is still what originally was there. It's just when we're eating personally, I kind of said, well, we didn't have a revenue loss at Lake County. And then once I kind of dove in more and said, oh, this is how you do the calculation, it was, let's go through it and kind of saw it grow to a pretty large number, again, just based on that criteria set forth by the federal government.
You didn't know what the formula for loss was.
Yeah, it's a loss, but replacement is what they call it, and yeah, it's not the practical versus when you apply it, it's not the logical approach you would think if you just said, hey, did they have a large revenue loss or not?
When you combine government and accounting, the same thing, it just can go anywhere. Commissioner
I don't remember when they told us about this or not, but the federal Senate and Congress are working on a bill that we're going to expand the uses of the ARPA funds into roads and housing and parks and some other stuff. And I don't remember if they said it was tied to the infrastructure bill that did get passed. So I want to check on those.
Yeah, it's a long name, ends in flexibility bill. It does expand some of the infrastructure use. The Senate passed it actually unanimously. I kind of said if the federal government did something unanimously, it's probably got some traction. They did pass that unanimously in late October. It has not gone to the House yet, but that would expand the infrastructure. It also would kind of set a safe harbor de minimis type floor of $10 million that every government that received these funds, you could take what your calculated loss was, the greater of that, or 10 million, and apply under these rules. So if they pass that as written, we wouldn't even have to go to the calculation because we're under that $10 million of grant proceeds. We would kind of basically be unrestricted in terms of how we go about spending that money. But yes, that absolutely is pending, and I don't know the status, but we're monitoring it for sure.
Hopefully it gets done before the deadline report.
Any other questions?
I do.
Vice Mayor?
So to qualify Commissioner Basso's comment here, once we establish this accounting policy for the American Rescue Plan Act, the funds that are being dispersed would have to go through this commission for approval. Expands the opportunity to use these funds is not near restrictive, thank you, and as restrictive as before. Now in concert with what Commissioner Eckert had talked about, this de minimis of 10 million that's currently in the House. From an accounting point of view, down the road on the auditing side too, should that bill pass, and we've still enacted this policy, this will even strengthen our audit as well too, come year end or come fiscal year end. I mean, this is gonna add one more element of providing an additional financial strength in the audit for the city as a result of this policy as well, too.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately improve transparency because it will say, here's our balance, as of the end of the year, that's in that ARPA fund, and we'll have that number every year. So it's versus kind of getting commingled in everything else where you don't see it. This policy will ensure that we properly, segregate, here's what we have available in those ARPA funds, even though they're not externally restricted, we're kind of internally restricting them and bringing that additional layer at the commission's discretion.
Transparency is killer.
Transparency is important. Am I remembering that there is still a window to spend this money within, a 2-year window or something to that effect?
Yeah, so the base is through December 31st, 2024. For infrastructure projects, if you start it by then, you have through 2026 to spend
Designated
it.
towards something that you're going to be doing.
Yeah, so there was an extended period versus last year, the CARES Act, it was something done in April or March or year, and you would have spent by 12/31 last year. So that was kind of a rush job. This one, there's much more practical. And I've advised clients that we audit to say, hey, don't rush. And we've kind of waited to see what happens because the guidance from the federal government is still the interim final rule. It's kind of an oxymoron. Supposedly a final rule is going to be coming out soon, but we still didn't have the final rule. So I'm kind of telling everyone, wait and see what happens. We don't want to do something or spend money because we thought that was our only option. And then when the rules get clarified, you say, oh, well, if I had known what I know now, we would have done things differently 6 months ago, a year ago, or anything like that.
Any additional questions?
I'd be glad to make a motion to adopt resolution 2021-16.
I'll be happy to second.
A motion by the Vice Mayor, second by Commissioner Gasso to adopt resolution 2021-16. Any further discussion? Zone 1?
Yes.
Zone 2? Yes. Zone 3?
Yes.
Zone 4?
Yes, sir.
And I vote yes. Resolution is passed. Thank you very much.
All right, there's a second item there on the budget, year-end budget amendment. I don't know if, I have the resolution that I got emailed, but I don't know if that was in packet as well.
I have all the copies right here somewhere.
What's this for?
Can you do a little explanation?
Yeah, I can talk about it first, if that works for a procedural.
Okay, sure.
Okay, so I believe that the numbers, I think were in the packet when I looked, I wasn't sure if I saw the resolution. But effectively what this relates to is under state statute, we do have 60 days following the end of the fiscal year to make any necessary amendments or true ups to the fiscal year 2021 budget. There's really two different types of items in here. The first is when we adopted the fiscal year 22 budget, we accounted for two new funds. There's a new state statute this summer that required that impact fees be recorded in separate funds. So we created a separate fund for our governmental impact fees and then a separate fund for the utility impact fees. Previously, those were in the general fund and the operating utility fund. So the first part of the budget amendment is just to basically transfer out the ending balance of those impact fees as of September 30th, 21 into those separate funds to create those in fiscal year 21, kind of lead us into where we already budgeted that way in 22. Then the other items relate to capital projects, kind of true up to what some actual those expenditures were based on projects that were started early in the fiscal year, but were not in the original budget to kind of identify that, hey, those projects came out of reserve. So again, it's ultimately to comply with state statute because we do have to be within the confines of the budget. So it does reflect some of those major items. And then again, basically authorize the movement of those impact fee balances into those separate funds as required by state statute.
Thank you. Mr. City Administrator, do you care to weigh in and give us some guidance as to how you'd like us to proceed?
anything I'd say would sound funny. No, this is Zach's area of expertise, and he's doing what he needs to do in terms of adjusting the budget for audit. And it's just a necessary part of the process of the financial year. But Heather knows that, so more or less. So anyway, we would recommend the adoption of 2021-17.
You can read the title, Mayor?
I'll read the title. I have before me Resolution 2021-17, a resolution of the City Commission of the City of Lake Helen, Florida, approving the final budget amendments for fiscal year 2020/2021 annual budget, providing an effective date, which this resolution makes what he just explained to us work. Any discussion? It's basically housekeeping.
It's basically
Housekeeping, this ended last September.
Correct, yep. This is basically part of our preparation for the audit. The auditors are scheduled, I think, for the second week in December.
I make a motion to approve resolution 2021-17 as read.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Basso to accept resolution 2021-17, seconded by. It's getting late. Seconded by Heather. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Resolution carries.
Mr. Mayor, remember the commission is streets 11 o'clock. So I think it's appropriate that you decide if you want to continue, which we certainly hope you would.
And we have a hard stop at midnight, no matter what, right?
You have a hard stop then, but as I.
Is this for quasi judicial or is this for?
This is.
Resolutions.
Okay.
For the, you're on.
Do we have a consensus to continue or do we need to have a vote to continue?
I don't know if it has to be that formal, but it's supposed to be a majority of the commission.
Do we have
I'll make a motion to continue the meeting to midnight.
Second. A motion and a second by Commissioner Basso and Commissioner Eckert to continue the meeting. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? We're plowing on. 12B, authorizing the execution of land purchase contract. You could give us a brief, this is.
Mr. Mayor, members of the commission, as you know, the city has been attempting to acquire 3 parcels of land within Melissa Park, so as to have a complete ownership of all of what people generally consider Melissa Park. We previously had, you authorized 2 contracts for the purchase of 2 smaller parcels of land. The third, the largest, the seller has now agreed to sell to the city. In each of the first 2 cases, they were willing to sell to the city for the appraised value. We had it appraised and they agreed to sell for that price. This particular parcel, we had appraised for $27,000, and through negotiation, they have agreed to sell it for $30,000, and to include with that a survey that we will find helpful as we design the improvements in the park. So it's not too terribly off the appraised value, considering the value of the survey we'll receive. So anyway, our recommendation is that you authorize the contract to be signed. We actually ratify the fact that I've already signed it and proceed with closing. So we will have finally Melissa Park to be ours.
Do we have a motion?
I actually have there's a resolution there, so I can read that in.
Okay.
Title company makes resolutions. Resolution 2021-19 by title only for first and only reading. A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Lake Helen, Florida, approving the commercial contract with the City of Lake Helen to purchase certain property from Nehemiah Wagner, providing an effective date.
Make a motion to approve resolution 2021-19 as read.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Basso, seconded by Commissioner Eckert to accept resolution, what's that number again? 2021-19. Any discussion?
It's the final piece of the vote. Thank you.
I agree. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. provide you a charter that meets the needs of the city of Lake Helen. Mr. Vice Mayor, you brought this forward for discussion. Would you like to introduce it? And explain what you're looking to accomplish this evening?
Thank you, Mayor. I shall. For the record, the Vice Mayor did not ask for a sample of a new charter into the agenda packet tonight. The Vice Mayor, I was surprised that a sample charter was included in the packet at all. I already had this discussion with the city administrator prior to the meeting tonight. Purpose of the item on the agenda tonight is to make the new commission aware that our charter is old. Our charter is in conflict with existing state statute now, and it needs to be tweaked. I feel that the time is right to look at the charter again in hopes of presenting it an amendments to the voters in time for the November 2022 election. And that we consider appointing a charter review committee in which to start this process, gain input from the city administrator and staff, gain input here from this commission and the mayor, gain input from the public. I want to be on the record that since I am bringing this up, I don't have a particular dog in this fight other than to say the charter needs work. Fortunately, Commissioner Basso and I served on the Charter Review Committee a few years ago. I know intimately the statute issues within the charter now. I know some of the limitations the charter has upon this commission and then also upon the city administrator. And I believe it's time is right for us to look at this charter again. And I would remind everyone that the city of Lake Helen has never voted on its own charter. Charter was provided to us by the state of Florida. We had issues back in those days where we couldn't get our paperwork, our comp plans, some other things in balance. And our charter was so old at that time, the state had to step in and provide us a charter that we're currently operating under now. So I reiterate, I believe the time is right for us to look at this charter again and have a discussion on where we believe this commission on behalf of our citizens in the city should head. It was my intent to bring it here shortly after the election, not to do a disservice to former Commissioner Frasco or former Mayor Ranger, but to actually respect the new commission as a whole going forward, and that this commission then would be responsible if we decide to seek that charter review committee and start making moves and start making process, working with that committee and staff, and which to hopefully present a new charter to the citizens in which to vote. As a background, I think one of the things that the Charter Review Committee, when I chaired it, and Mr. Basso was membership of, was that we made the charter one or all. We had suggested in that charter a city manager form of government. We had suggested in that charter a 4-year term for the commissioners. 4-year term allows the city to go on to an election every 2 years. There's significant savings for that because we pay for the election every year. A 4-year term offers more consistency on leadership on the commission as well. The disadvantage is to the voters, of course, they can't vote someone out after 2 years. Or the advantage would be they can keep someone good who's been there and continues to work. That being said, that's not my decision to make. We did not talk about term limits, as I recall, in that charter. However, why it failed is because we packaged all of it as all or one. You either voted for the new charter, or we didn't vote for it at all. And the charter failed. The charter amendment failed by less than 5% of the vote, actually. And I would admonish, if we decided to seat a charter review committee, that they consider making the charter review is based on independent amendments this time, rather than group the entire package together. It was easy then. It was easy to campaign or to as a citizen, a public citizen, to campaign against the charter because it was easy to say no to the entire thing. Just as it was easy for a citizen to campaign for it because it gives us everything I want. So it literally did not allow for any type of compromise in the process. So that's why I brought it up for tonight. And for me, I think the next thing would be is, do we agree that we need a charter, a new charter? City attorney would weigh in and it would, I would assume support that the charter is in conflict with statute because we know it is. And that the charter could use a little help in the language. And then this commission. What is our job? Excuse me. What is our job here? Under this charter, our job is to be a part of the city and be a part of some of the city decision makers. But what is the job of the commission in general? Is to be visionaries and try to see where this staff is going to go under our vision in concert with the public's input here. And regrettably, in some respects, the charter doesn't provide for that because it expects us to be a little bit more tuned to the day-to-day affairs of the city. I am basically a volunteer commissioner up here. I do my best to study and be prepared for these meetings. I will be honestly to tell you, sometimes I'm intimidated by some of the decisions we have to make up there because I don't have the detailed information that a city administrator would have, a city attorney would have, an assistant clerk would have. I am not a professional administrator. I am a volunteer politician who tries to do the best that I can up here. The charter limits sometimes what we can do for the future of the city. At the same time, it supports what the citizens expect us to do up here. But our city is no longer has its head in the sand. It is much, much more critical and difficult to manage a city with the limited amount of backgrounds that us as a commissioner have, as a group or as individuals. Tonight, we have depended upon the advice of professionals and will continue to depend upon the advice of professionals. So I feel that a discussion for the charter, a healthy discussion for the charter is due again. And I'd like to see us consider appointing a charter review committee, and I don't know how we're going to do that. Last time we did it by zone, but we've also discovered that doing it by zone also limits those other folks in other zones who wish to serve, and limits the ability of each commissioner in that capacity to ask people to serve as well too. So thank you for the time, Mayor. I think that's all I have to say.
If I understood what I read in the charter correctly, our current charter, each zone representative picks somebody, and I think that specified that it has to be from your zone. It's just that the zone representative has to pick somebody.
In the charter, no?
I believe that's what, I'd have to look at it completely.
I don't recall that, but I can't be sure.
And
let me see.
we're supposed to be reviewing the charter every 10 years. So,
Well, indeed, and I think had we set those changes up as independent amendments rather than all in one, we'd have been operating under a legal charter in concert with state statute. Perhaps some of the other ideas, city manager versus city administrator, term limits versus no term limits, 2 year versus 4 years, that would be another discussion. But I think just to tweak the charter to get it current with state statute probably would have been voted upon in a favorable manner. I'm not sure about the other three.
I will say that each of the last 2 times that I sat on the charter review, they were voted down. I think when our charter required us to look at it every 10 years, they expected us to do something besides just review it and then vote down all the recommendations. I think the charter review committee in both cases, although they did, I thought, great work, failed their citizens because we didn't accomplish what I believe the charter wants us to do. We're in a dynamic equilibrium. In fact, this is moving pieces all the time. And so the reason they want us to review it is to be able to stay on balance, to stay current. And so I'm in favor of establishing a charter review committee and having it looked at one more time.
I do stand corrected. I pulled up the charter in section 19B. City Commission of East, we can call a charter review committee at any time that we feel the charter needs to be done. It's not a time limit thing. But it says the city commission, each zone commission member shall appoint one member from his or her zone. So I was wrong on that point. The mayor can appoint anybody at large, but it has to be from our zone. I thought it was anybody, just that we had to choose them. So, but it does have to be from our zone.
How quickly do any of you feel we need to proceed on this?
I think we can probably get them seated next month.
Pretty soon. Yeah, I think we met 6, 7 months.
Have council recommendations next month, next meeting?
Yeah, I think so.
Any additional things we want
I have a quick question for the city attorney, though. Mr. Simpson, could the commission waive the zone requirement to appoint?
No, it's in the charter.
It's in the charter, so that's something we can waive.
That's something that they have to read from the charter.
It's a tweak. I think that's one of my, as a chair, one of my largest regrets. I pushed the entire thing all at once.
In terms of timing there, based on my experience, I would recommend moving pretty quickly to get the charter review going, because we can contact the supervisor of elections, and they'll tell us the date that has to be in, and that has to be an ordinance. So an ordinance, unless you do a special call meeting, that takes 2 months to do. And we can just start backing up, and you start, and it'll probably be sometime in July, if I recall correctly, that has to be in. So we have to be pretty much done by May with the ordinance, so y'all can adopt it. So, for a charter review to come back with recommendations, to send it to this body, for then you to incorporate it into an ordinance. At the time, it sounds long, but it doesn't, it was pretty quick. It was very quick. And one of the challenges is, and I think the reason we ended up doing one question before, is you have limits on your question. You have a ballot title, you have a ballot summary, and that ballot title is 15 words. Ballot summary is 75 words. So when you try to explain, it's easy to say, do you support a new charter? When you start breaking it down question by question, you could end up with 50 questions if you take each change. So I know, and I think Commissioner Connell's right, that was probably a strategic mistake because it was an all or nothing proposition. Some people may have liked some things and not liked others, and some things could have got passed if it was broken up. But I think the challenge will be breaking it up into a reasonable number of questions, as opposed to one question. But you can't have one question for each change, because there's things in our charter right now completely conflicting. It says we have an election every even number year. Do we? No. We have it every year. Charter says we're supposed to have it every even number year. That means all you are supposed to be running together. I don't know how long we've been doing that wrong.
Well, if staff would prepare itself, we'll prepare ourselves, and we'll be ready to hit the ground running next meeting.
Sure.
We definitely need to, if we're gonna do this, we've got to do it. So,
Do we need a motion to establish a charter review?
We will bring that back next meeting. We'll do a resolution.
It has to be a resolution.
Send it next meeting. We can't do it right now, but, I did a, kind of a workshop for the public. I don't know if, Lee or Dominic can find it. It was tape recorded. And it went over the history of Lake Helen's charter, and how we got to where we are today. That might help some of y'all if you want to get a history of the charter, understand how we got to where we are today.
That would be helpful. If that could be found and emailed to us, that would be great. Okay, thank you very much. Item D, proposal for a stormwater master plan. Mr. Administrator.
Mr. Mayor and members of the commission, we have our city engineer with us, if he's still there.
He's back there.
Okay, I'm still awake.
He's awake.
We have, as you recall, during the budget workshop, we had a very, I thought, very progressive discussion on the needs of the infrastructure in the city. And what I remember specifically is we needed a master plan for water, a master plan for roads, and a master plan for stormwater. The water master plan is well along. We have done the foundation plan, and now we're actually doing the master plan. And now the next one we are advocating for you is the stormwater master plan. The proposal is in the packet. It is an expensive item. It is fundable through the American Rescue Plan, either as a specific authorized expenditure or as Zach has calculated. We can simply use the money for transfer to general fund. But we're ready to delve into that master plan and look at the infrastructure improvements we need for stormwater.
Do we have a motion? Or do we want a presentation? I start with the motion. From the commission.
It's been one of my pet peeves for a long time. I think our stormwater infrastructure in the city is woefully inadequate. And one of the things that we'll need when funding becomes available, when we go for funding, is the engineering work. Now we've become shovel ready, if you will. So I'm in favor of this. I know it's a lot of money, but we're not going to get around that. It's never going to get any cheaper. And I'll solve it.
Any other discussion? Or do any questions for the engineer? Or Mr. Engineer, is there anything? Hey, why don't you give us a 2-minute presentation? Go for it. And take the time you need. We need to be informed.
I don't know that I can muster more than 2 minutes.
That's fine.
Good morning or good afternoon.
Yeah, it's whatever you need.
Mr. Mayor, Commissioner, my name is Derek Wainscott, ECT, engineering firm, Lake County. Let me do 2 things. Let me give you a quick update on the water system master plan. We've been working tirelessly on that project. There are 7 sections in the report. Tomorrow I will work on section 6. So we have sections 1 through 5 pretty much established in the quasi draft form. We have all of the modeling through our intermediate projects, our immediate projects that Lake Ellen needs to do. And those projects have been detailed well enough to get cost estimates and summaries. We're moving into midterm projects next and moving into long-term projects after that. And we hope to have a draft report to your staff for review and comment sometime in the next couple of weeks.
Wonderful, thank you.
Onto the stormwater. The stormwater project that we're proposing is a comprehensive review of the city's stormwater. It includes a significant amount of data collection. We would acquire the topographic information through LiDAR, which is readily available from the county. We'd make some pretty pictures. We'll do a full basin analysis, do a runoff analysis. I think we include the median storm, 25-year storm, and a 100-year event. 100-year event is going to give us some flood stages. Unfortunately, what we've experienced in this past year has been unusual amounts of rain in the summer. The entire state of Florida is experiencing this phenomenon this year. It's not uncommon. It happened back in 2004 and 2005. But this is going to identify some of those significant problem areas and hopefully come up with some solutions. We would come up with, I think we call out 10 significant projects for Lake Ellen to consider in the budgeting and capital improvement plan. We would present just the same way we did in a water system, a draft study, a final study, and if necessary, a presentation to this commission. However, for the water system, I believe that was maybe necessary, maybe not, but it's in there as optional. The other thing that we are doing, including this, is task number 7 is going to address House Bill 53, which was recently passed, which requires you to submit the document to the county, and the county submits it to the state. That is my 2 minutes.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Are there any questions?
What type of stormwater assessment master plan does the city of Lake Ellen have now?
We don't have one.
Zero? Nothing?
But I believe the House bill reporting is required every 5 years from its inception in the recent law. Most municipalities do a stormwater master plan, at least an update every 10 years.
I don't have any cards for public comment. It looks like people are interested in that.
I just want to ask a question. Last month, we approved $40,700.
I'm sorry, I'll do it one more time. Could you identify yourself?
I'm sorry.
It helps
Nancy
me
Berry,
try and
Nancy
track it.
Berry. Last month, we approved $40,700 for some stormwater. How does that relate to this? Does it, I mean, this is a large purchase also with $100,000.
Last month, we were approved to do a specific stormwater project independent of this report and start developing site plans for one of the parks. And that was independent of this 100 and change.
That was one specific plan.
I think, Nancy, what we're gonna do now is, like when we were looking earlier at subdivision, this is a subdivision idea, but then there'll be individual plans for every single house. This will be a master plan for the whole city, identifying water runs and et cetera. Then when we look at, and correct me if I'm wrong here, a specific part of that project, so let's just say it broke down into 12 different sections that we're gonna do. Each one of those sections will require an engineering drawing.
So this would,
To
that's
actually do it.
individual, and this is just a bigger plan.
That's correct.
But we'll have little individuals.
Correct.
Is there a motion to move forward with this?
I would make a motion to approve.
There's a motion by Commissioner Basso to approve this proposal from ECT, seconded by, okay, seconded by Commissioner Ruff. Ooh, man, I'm struggling tonight. Any discussion?
Yes. A budget impact, city administrator?
The American Rescue Plan, money would fund this project.
Just wanted to ask for the record.
Okay.
Hearing no further discussion, call the question. Zone 1?
Yes.
1, 2?
Yes.
3?
Yes.
4?
Yes.
And I vote yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. That is a big fight, but it does move us once again closer to the 21st century and getting things done. These are things that have to, this is infrastructure, if you will, and it's the baseline from which I think again, so thank you. Outside judicial hearings, certificate of appropriateness. We have okay.
Did you want to pull this out?
Yeah, no, yes, in the name of time, I would like to be able to treat the, certificate of appropriateness as approved as a consent agenda like thing, with the exception of one of them I want to pull, E. E. You want to pull E.
I hear your doors.
Is there any other item that the commissioner or the mayor wants to have pulled, other than me? Is it just me?
Did y'all hear that question? Are there any additional items that any commissioner would want to pull from the consent agenda treatment of this group of items? Hearing none.
Okay, Mayor, what I would suggest first, step one would be to request the ex parte disclosure, because this is quasi judicial. So.
Thank you for that.
No problem.
Reminder, this is a quasi judicial hearing. Are there any ex parte disclosures by any commissioner about any of these items?
Just
Not the ones on this motion.
I would go ahead and disclose them all, including E, all of them.
Okay, that's my.
So let's go by zone 1.
Yes, E.
You have had Sorry.
Yes, a previous board member had, I had a discussion about denying the doors,
Yes, I've, gone out and had long talks with the owner of the house and have gone by there numerous times after that to get his perspectives on the view and everything.
Zone 3?
I talked to a member of the HPV concerning the project.
Zone 4?
I've had none.
And I've had none.
Okay, Mayor, what I would suggest and what we would do is, I'll just go ahead and kind of help you with this, is, all items except item P, the evidence that has been presented in the record for you will be the evidence you base your decision on, and the motion will be for all items except item P. And you'll be voting on all items based on the substantial competent evidence that is in the record, and with one motion and one vote.
So that's the motion.
Sure, I'll make a motion to approve all the items except E for quasi judicial.
Second.
Motion and a second. Do we have any discussion on the consent agenda? We probably shouldn't. But any discussion? Call the questions on one?
Yes.
Zone 2?
Yes.
Zone 3? Yes. Zone 4?
Yes.
And I vote yes. Move on to item E then. Certificate of approval, 491 West Main Street. The minute to find them in your packets. Page 151 is where mine starts. So we have what's in our packets, and this blue book has been presented to us as well by, who is this presented from? How much?
That would be us.
Okay. So we need, what's the best way to proceed? Just allow them to make their presentation, or?
Yes, Mayor.
Okay.
And thank you for your.
Please, yes, thank you, yes, thank you for your patience, I know it's been a long haul getting here. I would appreciate, your introducing yourself for the sake of the record, and
I'm Christina De Robertis.
Rocky Delivers, 491 West Main Street.
So basically, we're here today to talk about our front door. It has been a very long, I don't want to say battle, but it's just been a very long process for us. And when we decided to build this house here in Lake Helen, we presented the plans to the architectural board, and they were approved. The door originally, I guess, had half glass. But then when we were looking at doors and we were on that we're on Main Street and Summit, one of the main intersections there, we decided we didn't want so much glass. And so we basically took the same door, went up to a third glass. We did add a dental shelf, which the historical board explained that it was more of a craftsman style, we would frame vernacular home. So we agreed to take that off, which has been removed, and you can see that in the pictures there of the house. They set it to the side, and then the last meeting they denied it. I tried to meet them in the middle. I tried to ask them what modifications we could make. Because the door that we chose, and I included the gateway corridor standards for a frame vernacular house. I included that there. I printed that right from your website. The only thing that you all, or that they state for a frame vernacular home front door is that it contains recessed panels. Our door contains that. It doesn't say anything about glass, it doesn't say anything about, actually, it doesn't say anything else, that's all it says. And we stuck to those guidelines, we bought this door, it's a custom door, it's already in place, and they denied us. And so we just come to you guys and we're just asking you guys to please look at the pictures of our house, look at the guidelines that were stated in the gateway corridor, and we're just asking you to approve it.
Is the door that's in there the door that was originally approved?
No, the door that was originally approved was a half glass.
Okay, did you bring them an alternative?
We were not under, I did not know that we had to, it was, yeah. I didn't know that.
If you do something according to a set of plans, when you deviate from the plans, you don't realize that that's a problem that you need.
That's not, every city is not like that.
Well, this
It's
is,
not, no, yeah, but what I'm saying, okay, I understand.
and I'm just saying, it's so much easier walking in and saying, okay, we're gonna put this door in set, the one we approved. Oh, no, that's a problem. Okay, you haven't got the door, you haven't installed, you haven't gone through all of this excess spending and money. And we've gone through a laborious process with all of our homes that are in DDA. And, I mean, we've endured, legal, prosecution. And we put an excellent HPV board together to help people through the process. And here's my thing. If I'm not going to listen to their recommendation, if every time somebody comes in here and asks us to change what was approved, it just tells me, what it says to me is, okay, I don't trust you guys to do your right work. I don't put any merit in what you're doing. And so I would like to support the HPV, which does a tremendous amount of work for the city. And they do a lot of good things. Are they perfect? Do they make mistakes? Of course, none of us are perfect. But there's the process. They approve something. You don't want what they approve, give them a submittal of what you would like to do. And that way you can make a decision before you do spending.
Yeah, so, I understand exactly what you're saying, and of course you do want to support your board. But like you said, no one's right 100% of the time. We have a door that is fit within their published guidelines, and I'm happy to follow the rules, but you have to actually publish rules that you want. You can't hold me to an arbitrary set of rules that aren't published, in my opinion. Right? I fully understand the point of this board in keeping the community looking a certain way and the integrity of the community together. I don't believe that the glass in my front door is something that is a threat to this community.
No, it's not.
Well, I'm being a little bit here, okay, but you understand what I'm saying.
I'm not going to say it's a threat to the community, but I would say that the front of the house is probably the focal point. And it's probably of all the architectural characteristics on a house, that may be arguably one of the most important.
If you look at the pictures there, I think
I
pictures
have,
from the road,
I've spent,
the door is recessed. So the main focal point of our house is not that door. It's the columns, it's that front porch, it's the board and batten. It's not the front door. It's not.
I think you've done a really nice job with them.
Thank you.
And on my only sticking point on this whole thing is process. If you would, I believe if you would
And I agree with
follow,
that, yes.
I believe if you would follow the process, you wouldn't be here right now. And if I'm not going to support my board,
It's gonna be real hard to keep board members and keep an active process going.
The board has also been very
That's-
difficult to work with, extremely.
We do appreciate hearing the feedback on that. It matters to us that we hear from you, and I appreciate that. Not sure that it fits in the quasi-judicial nature of this, though. Are there any?
Yes.
Okay, Commissioner Allen.
Spending some time talking with them and going out there on my own a couple occasions, looking at it from different points of view. I come across the street in my car on Summit and Main Street, looking at it from an angle, driving past it in my vehicle, looking at it, walking down the sidewalk, looking at it, and just standing there looking at it. When you look at the house and the pattern that the siding and the pillars and everything give, with the patterns that the doors create and everything, it's all visually appealing. And to me, that's what our guide books were looking for, is to make the houses visually appealing so that it matches and you don't have some oddball, odd-colored door in a building that it doesn't belong to. To me, I think with the guidelines and everything, it's the only thing that failed on was the process. But as far as everything else goes, I see no problem with letting them keep that door.
So to that point, I'm kind of going back to what we talked about, or what was talked about at the last meeting when we recommended, I think it was the last meeting for, when we were commending Ariel for her level of detail, her detail-oriented, nature and paying attention to the details such as the doors, and that's what's making, a difference in, the beautiful nature that we have here. So to that point, I think the details do matter, so I don't think it's just a matter of process. It is following the details and the recommendation of the board.
Right.
Is it open, does it close? I'm good.
Well, I will need a motion if everything has been satisfied as to people having an opportunity to present evidence, substantial competent evidence. The board has provided us their substantial competent evidence. Is there anyone from the board here? I didn't believe there was. So we don't have the ability to question them and flesh that out, which is unfortunate. So we have to rely on the recommendation, which is just a few words, motion to deny requested exterior doors. They're not in the packet, that you've all seen. So we have a motion as to how you would like to proceed.
I make a motion that we accept the homeowner's request to maintain the door that they've installed.
Is there a second?
I know I'm going to end up getting a double negative vote because somebody's got to vote a negative motion, you got to vote negatively.
Well, that motion dies for lack of a second. Is there another motion as to how we would like to proceed?
I make a motion to support the Historical Preservation Board's opinion that we deny and have them go back to the board and find something that will satisfy them.
Even though your guidelines clearly state, like we brought our lawyer into this and he went through the guidelines. You can't have guidelines and then expect us to have something different. That's what I don't
So I'd
understand.
be happy to follow whatever rules you provide, if you provide the rules.
Yes,
The-
you
the
actually
rule-
said.
The only thing that states is that the door in a framed vernacular home, so you understand the third issue with my door is that it doesn't fit with the overall architectural style of the home. Well, the problem is that in their guidelines that they published, what they say for a framed vernacular home is that the door contains wood panels. Now, I'm a little bit of a detail-oriented person myself, so what I did is I looked through this guidebook essentially and looked at what it had said for other types of architectural styles. And specifically, if they mentioned windows on the doors, and they mentioned windows on the doors either for or against in every other type of architectural style home that's allowed in the city of Lake Helen. So it's not a question of omission that, I don't know if they just forgot to put it in there, but it's literally not even mentioned at all. So to deny me a door, and please understand, this is a custom door, it's 8 feet tall, it's 4 inches wide, this is not easy to replace, especially right now, given the state of COVID America, everything's hard to get, we all know this. We had sat here and listened to a gentleman talk about how difficult microchips are to get right now for the audio-visual system. This is not something that I can easily do. I've been building this house for a year, I'd really like to move into it and become a part of this community. This is what I'm asking. I understand what they're saying, I do, but once again, I don't like the idea of being held to a standard that is not something that's actually written.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes, sir.
Do you think the HPD is satisfied?
I don't think they're satisfied, but that's not, I mean, it is my problem, but that's not the issue. The issue is that they're trying to hold me to a standard. That's not what they've actually created for themselves.
It's possible that that's your perception.
No, sir, it's clearly written. I mean, honestly,
It's in the packet.
nothing in the packet says anything about windows on the doors, so you're denying me off the basis of windows on the
Okay,
doors.
we're just presenting evidence at this point of the initial hearing. I don't want to get too deep into it.
No, I'm just curious as to why they denied it.
I If they were here, they could defend themselves, or they could actually speak, but they're not. Apparently, they didn't think it was worth their
And
time.
I agree with that, and that was one thing I was saying a moment ago, is that we do not have them here to present.
I'm here for 5 hours.
I understand that. Please let me finish.
I'm sorry.
I understand your frustration. I do. And actually what I'm saying right now is on your behalf more than you might think. But the board is not here to flesh out their recommendation to deny this. And that matters in a quasi judicial hearing.
Well, it would be nice to hear.
It would be nice. It would be nice. I agree. And I do want to support our board.
Because I think there's a misunderstanding.
I think there may well
Somewhere
be,
along the
but
line, there's a misunderstanding.
But it precludes them from having this house.
Right.
it's difficult for us. I am reticent, this is just discussion on the motion at hand. I am reticent to ask them to replace what's probably a very expensive door without having all the information in front of us. Would it be appropriate, Mr. City Attorney, would it be appropriate, or whoever wants to weigh in, appropriate to delay this decision, not force them to take a negative action like this at this time? We can get some additional information from our board.
That's within your discretion.
That's just my thoughts, thank you. That's just my thoughts, because it is a big ask to ask them to replace that large door. And I think you may be right, Commissioner Bassett, that it's a misunderstanding. And we don't have both sides of the issue, which makes it almost impossible for us to decide.
I'd like to, if we're gonna do this, I'd like to do it as expeditiously as possible, because you guys deserve an answer as soon as possible.
Thank you.
How could we expedite it?
Well, I wouldn't mind entertaining a motion that would approve, if you could sit down with PB and if you could make some sort of, what's the word, common ground, and get to a resolution that they're happy with and that you're happy with, I would be happy with it.
We've tried that.
I was gonna say, I think part of the problem is the lack of ability to come to a conclusion there. Would it be possible for the staff to maybe mediate at some point, or just try and help this resolve?
The difficult thing is, there's a board, no one person on that board can make a decision for the board.
Right.
So, what could be done is you could continue this to next meeting and request a representative from the board come and explain the board's concerns and issues with this application. And if they don't come, then you can act accordingly, if you so choose.
Will be another one.
It would be another month, but it wouldn't be a negative. We're getting there, maybe. No,
And you did before the board since you removed the shelf also.
It doesn't work because of the time I was able to do it. So we had a representative go for us. And we sent the pictures. we
They
sent
did
the-
some of the requirements the board recommended.
Okay. They took off the ballot.
Yes.
Yeah. Me personally, I'm fine with it, but I can't sit up here and not support, boards that are out here that are working hard to do what we want them to do for us. And so, if there's a misunderstanding, I'd like to get to the bottom of it to find common ground.
may I ask how delaying this would negatively impact you as opposed to denying?
So, either way, we're trying to do what we've been, and so we've been in this for a year now. We've been at this for a year, we just want to move into the house, and this is all over a door, and so it's just extremely frustrating.
Why
Is the door in?
Why can't you?
Yes.
The door is already in. Just this lack of approval doesn't allow you to get a certificate of occupancy, is that what?
That's an issue.
Sorry?
Yeah, I mean, there's no reason why we can't, do a tentative CO and with a time constraint on getting resolved on this. There's no reason why you can't get into the house.
So there's a practical side to this and that, from an enforcement side.
I understand.
Once a person moves in, once they get a CO, you could say, well, we could do code enforcement. Well, it's homestead, you can accumulate all these fines on homestead property, there's nothing you can do about it. So it creates from an enforcement standpoint, it is difficult for the city. Once you get somebody into the structure.
Right. And I understand that, and most of the time I would be with that, but in this particular case, because the HPV is not here to be able to fetter this thing out, I would be in favor of allowing them to get into their house, and depending on, their word that at the end of it, whatever resolve we can get to, even if we need somebody else to sit down at the table. I don't know.
So is that a motion to?
Well, I'm talking out loud right now. Okay. Because I want you guys to be able to, you shouldn't not be able to your own, it's just that you don't have a right to one.
Well, I believe we have a motion to deny.
I don't think there's a second.
There was no second, okay, so we'll say that, for lack of a second. We've had a motion to approve, decide for lack of a second, the motion to deny for lack of a second. Let's.
So I have a comment, please. I don't know about you guys, I'm having a hard time finding a chronological event of what's happened to get these homeowners to this point in this packet. I mean, no disrespect, but I'm looking through these packets and I'm listening to all this, and I'm trying to find my trail. I'm trying to find my conversation trail. I'm trying to understand, this is where we started, this is where we talked, this is where we talked again, this is what happened after that. That happened and this happened, and all of a sudden we stopped talking. I don't see any of that. I can't make, all due respect, heads or tails of the chronological events of how we got to this and this and this for one agenda item. I can't figure it out. I'm disappointed the HPB is not here. Is this a result of Ariel Faith no longer being here? That no one decided to come to this meeting to help me understand how this homeowner got to this point. And I appreciate what Commissioner Basso said. You know, as a team, as a group, we try to be a high-performance team between HPB, our PLDRCs, and this commission. You know, we want to support these other team members and their duties, right? We do, and you understand that. You understand that bureaucracy up here, that it's important for us not to be seen as undermining the efforts, but at the same time, the homeowner is so frustrated in that conversations between us and the homeowner resulted in this particular point to where you can take the pattern book and debate the pattern book all day long. It's designed to do that. It's designed to provide boatloads of opportunities in which to marry up different designs. Ariel Faith came in, and it was me that made the comment. I'm not a designer. I couldn't tell you the difference between a craftsman door. I live in a craftsman home, and a vernacular door. I don't. I have to base my opinions, conversations on that of a professional who understands that, and then I trust that professional to give me good advice. But in this particular case, I don't know what to do. You guys want to move in. I get it.
Yeah, we have.
But that's my point, Mayor. This is my point, Commissioner. I don't know how they got here to this point. Do you?
I understand your
Roger's been out there and talking to folks, which I applaud, but do you know how they got to this point?
And we do operate in a bit of a vacuum here, and it is quasi judicial hearing in which we're supposed to just rely upon the evidence presented, and it does leave holes. We do have.
Just with all the respect, sir, I'm sorry if I could interrupt you. You could simply just ask us and we could tell the story.
Well,
I mean, rather than sitting here and talking around us, and we're sitting right here, and we're.
But I would need a rebuttal at the same time, you see. I would have to have this aside, I would have to have perspectives. You provide just
I
one.
understand, but unfortunately, the other side chose not to show up.
Yeah, no, I.
But I can't speak to that, sir.
I understand that, but I'm saying as a city council.
Sir, please.
Excuse me,
sir.
It just
Yeah,
felt like.
please. And you as well, please. I'm going to talk. Thank you. Thank you. I apologize, but it's getting out of hand. We all want to do what's best for you. We really do. We sit up here, we do want to support our boards. We really do. We do want to support our citizens as well. We have a dual obligation there. And I think the boards are great, we have a very strong obligation to support our citizens as well. They're here in good faith. As you said, they've been here for 5 hours. That's a factor. I think for me, his evidence that he presented showing the guidelines that are in our rules and this door, as best he could divine from those guidelines, fitting within those guidelines. Granted, design is a vacuous thing sometimes, and to me, and you said to you, I get that, but you have to be able to count on verbiage, just as we talked about with the approval of the subdivision. You have to be able to count on the laws that you start work under being carried through. I think their argument that they did their best to comply with the laws as they could be understood. Our laws aren't that understandable. Maybe that's part of our problem. The fact that the board isn't here to defend its decision hamstrings us mightily and frustrates us mightily, as we can see. But we've had a motion both ways. I don't want to table this. I don't want to move it forward. I'd love to decide it tonight. So I would like a motion to either deny or approve one more time, and let's see if we can't get it done.
Ross, you make the motion again, I'll support. I was gonna say you have another option, if they go back to the board, you can call a special meeting to deal with the issue.
We could call a special meeting, but I don't think we need to. I think we could solve it now. If you don't want to make that motion, I think, that's fine, but
Can I make my motion, just say did it from the last one?
I think a motion to approve,
Yeah, motion to approve their door that they installed on your house.
I'll second.
have a motion and a second to approve the request of the homeowner, door. Is there any further discussion?
Thank you, Mayor, for stepping in.
Sure. Zone 1.
Yes.
Zone 2?
Yes.
Zone 3?
Yes.
Zone 4?
Yes.
I vote yes as well. With the statement that we do support our boards, we greatly appreciate the work they do. We do appreciate our citizens and understand, we can see the frustration on your face. It's okay. It's okay, you're welcome. We are here to serve you, the citizens, as well.
I'm sorry, I came here.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sorry for came to this as
about it.
well.
Thank you, man.
I'm just glad it worked out.
Thank you very much. Let's move on to that next item. And have a pleasant evening. Now we move on to the public forum. I have quite a few yellow cards. Do we want to do commission reports by zone first? Or let's go with the public forum first.
Mayor, just so you know, we have 4 minutes.
We have 4 minutes before we have to stop. Yes, there was a application for the HPD board, Historic Preservation Board. Do you need a motion to appoint that person?
No, there's, other members of the HPD board are looking for additional volunteers. I do have Sandy Miller, she was here a few moments ago, she had to leave. But I just want to bring you up to date that we have one application, but there are others being sought. But it's up to you.
So you want to vote on this?
I would, I wasn't planning on taking action this evening except to bring you up to date.
Okay. I do not want to not have time for this, but we don't have time for this. I'm in a quandary. I am willing to say, listen to the public comment. I know we can't take action on it, but we can listen to it, perhaps. I am willing to do that. I can't speak for the rest of the board. Let's go quickly. if that's possible, to, zone reports. Zone one,
I didn't think of this one.
zone two.
Tonight that I've got a lot of things to talk about. Reach Across America, Saturday, December 18th. The American Legion is signed up as a organized sponsor. Then we're under the 3 for 2, so every 2 wreaths that are purchased through us, we get 3. American Legion breakfast has been postponed to November 27th. Last week I went to the League of Cities Legislative Conference. Some of the issues they're dealing with are the tree removal, short-term rentals, and public smoking in parks. They had talks about other programs that they're having, like newly elected and existing commissioners can access their advocacy toolkit that they have available. And they're starting up their Local Voices United program for the people. They also had a guest speaker, Doug Griffiths. He's a retired commissioner from Canada, but he's traveled around the United States in this second edition book called 13 Ways to Kill Your Community, Part 2. The first one is forget about the water. Second one, don't attract business. Third, don't engage youth. The fourth one, deceive yourself. Fifth one, shop elsewhere. Sixth one, don't paint your town. Seventh one, don't cooperate. Eighth one, live in the past. Ninth one, shut out your seniors. 10th one, reject everything new. 11th, ignore outsiders. 12th, grow complacent. And 13th, don't take responsibility. It's an interesting book. I'm still reading chapter 1, but it's available on Amazon if anybody wants to look it up and read through it.
What's the name of it?
13 Ways to Kill Your Community. And he's actually found correlation because he was talking with one lady in one of those meetings in Canada, and she was talking about her town up there. And he had already gone through a bunch of towns in the United States, and he thought that she was talking about this town in Texas. But there's a town in Canada and a town in Texas that has the exact same problem. So it happens everywhere.
So 3.
Are you gonna talk about Bobby Morales? I'm sorry, are you gonna talk about Bobby Morales?
No, it's up to you.
Okay, I'll talk about it just for a second. Ariel, Faith recommended someone else who sent us a proposal, and, it's significantly higher than what we've been paying, et cetera, et cetera. I suggest that we talk about, and it doesn't have to be now, but if it's not now, then we need to extend Ariel's contract.
I was planning on continuing your contract at a higher rate, but we're only doing the artistic portion of it. We're doing the administration, and we're gonna find somebody to do the inspection.
That's gonna be.
And that was my anticipation, but she has made noises along the lines of wanting to get out of it completely.
Well, I think that from what I understand from talking to her is she wants to do that for the continuity of it, for the best of the city.
Yeah.
And so with that said, I think when we have this conversation and talk about it, we may very much wind up, paying more to do the same job. But if we need to pass those costs on to the consumer, if we need to spend another $300 or $400 per house, that's a $400,000 house, then, and we want to do what we continue to do to make sure we don't have nothing falls through the cracks.
And as confirmed, she will be at the next meeting for HPD.
Okay. Anyway, if we're gonna put it on the agenda for next month's meeting to look for, other proposals or to consider, a fee system in order to be able to afford this particular person. And the other thing that I would do is I trust Ariel's judgment, but I also think whoever we choose should go in front of the HPD, and I would like to get their nod on it as well.
I did promise them that we would bring in a candidate for them.
Okay, all right. Good enough, that's all I have.
I've asked the city administrator and staff to go ahead and courtesy provide a brief thank you note to all those contributors to Rick Mullins retirement fund. That was predominantly privately funded, and I think it'd only be a good forum for the city to acknowledge them officially with a thank you note or something.
Good.
That's all I have, Mayor. Thank you.
Mr. Administrator, do you have any? No. That's just all. So how to proceed with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 requests for public forum?
Any of those people that have been here all night.
If they stayed, I'll send it.
Wish to hear them? I believe this is the order that came in, Ms. Bishop.
You can cancel one.
Okay. Danielle Shure? Oh, and as you're making your way up, before we get to this, I asked that this, falling on my sword here, I asked that this public forum be moved to the end of the meeting tonight because of the special nature of this meeting with the swearing in and family members coming in, things like that. I asked this to be put at the end of the meeting. It has not backfired, but it's fallen on y'all, and I apologize for that. We will take that into consideration in future meetings, so you know that. Thank you.
So hi, I'm Danielle, sir, and I just wanted to come and introduce myself. I'm the new principal at Ivy Hunter School of the Arts.
Are you?
Yeah, so I moved here from Colorado in July, and I'm really excited to make an impact on the community and really get Lake Millen involved with Ivy High. So I just wanted to introduce myself to all of you, and please feel free to reach out to me.
Bless you, have you waited all that long?
I did.
Wow. You understand how.
I understand board meetings, so.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to meet you. What a great smile for this time of night. That's true.
Do we have your permission to reach out to you individually to say hello?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
And pass it on to your choir and your band for all the presentation this morning. It was great. For that age group, they sounded very professional.
They're amazing, aren't they? Yeah.
Very good.
Thank you all so much. Thank
you.
Thank you. This is from Alan Thomas Story. I believe we finished that. Yep. Reverend James C. Galloway.
Reverend James C. Galloway, 4105 North US Highway 17, DeLane, Florida. I'm here representing the Lake Memorial Baptist Church of Lake Christian Academy, and we're seeking relief on the water bill. We received the bill of the last quarter for 568,200 gallons of water. That will fill 56 small swimming pools. We've had no work done on our plumbing, we've had no leaks, we have no idea why in the middle of this chart, it shows that we may have used a lot of water. Your meter recorded high water for about a 30-some day period, but you only read your meter once every 3 months, so even though the information was available, you didn't have it. I researched the meter has 3 seals in it, it's prone to failure, and the last page in the report shows a picture of the water meter. The first thing you'll notice is that the lid is missing. The second thing you'll notice is what appears to be moisture on the screen. I met with the staff about this matter, and we agreed on 3 things. 1, that was a lot of water. And 2, leaks don't fix themselves. And 3, it was up to this board to decide whether you could give us any relief or not. The stain that you see here is on the inside of the meter. After being exposed to the sunlight for about 5 minutes, it disappeared. Now, could be an indicator of water in the meter, but I don't have the chemical knowledge to prove that. So we seek relief in this matter, if you would give us, please.
What was the amount of the bill?
I'm sorry?
What was the amount of the bill?
$3,800.
Thank you. staff want to weigh in on this?
Well, we certainly hear leaks don't fix themselves. What's really unusual, two things are unusual. One is, as prior to and as the amount of water was escalating up in the curve over the 6-week period, we noticed usage at very odd times, spikes within the graph, mostly between 2 and 3 in the morning. Which is, again, unusual. To us, it would indicate perhaps, some individuals were homeless perhaps are using the hoses for showers or whatever. And that's just speculation on my part. The other thing is there was all of a sudden an absolute sudden stoppage of the excess water down to the normal amount. Something happened. I mean, meters don't fix themselves, leaks don't fix themselves, something happened. In our opinion, our meter worked perfectly well. Okay. There was some use of the water that we cannot explain, I don't think the church can either.
Well, we discussed earlier, in the meeting, putting together a proposal for how to handle this exact type of high, one-time, bills. And staff was already planning on putting together a proposal on how to deal with that, which I think might address your problem. If you could be patient, I think by next meeting, staff will have a recommendation as to how to proceed on that, and we can, is that a reasonable thing for us to?
They have not paid the bill, but I'm not advocating they should, I just want to know that they have not paid the bill. Yeah, it's not going to be detrimental if they don't until the next meeting. But I'm saying unopposed to the first gentleman who did pay the bill.
Yeah.
Discussing that.
So, Commission, if you want to weigh in, that's fine, but if we want to just wait till next meeting to see if we can resolve this through. Amanda, where we don't have to comment every single one of these independently, we'll have a process that'll function. And I think it'll provide relief, because these type of bills do happen to people all the time. It is owners, we don't want it to happen. We never want to tell somebody, hey, you gotta pay $3,000, and we don't know why either. That's a hard place for us to be. So we need to find a way to fix this better.
Should we go ahead and pay the bill at this time, or will we wait till after the next meeting?
And you have to.
I would defer to that.
I
Hey, what do you think last month?
Yeah,
Pay which paid last month was or last quarter.
that's fine.
I think it's a reasonable thing to do. That Blake's been there a long time. Blake Church has been there a long time. You're not going.
125 years.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So if you would pay what you paid last time, and we'll see if we, we'll apply whatever procedure we come up with to this bill. There may be an additional charge, but I don't know what it'll be. We can discuss it at that time. Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you. and
Thank you for waiting this long.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Am I reading this right, that this goes from starting during at 6:25 and it came to a abrupt stop at 8:09?
Yes.
Correct.
If it's all right with the rest of the commissioners also, while we wait for all this stuff, don't shut off their water and don't charge them the late fee on their payment.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea, Roger, as far as sort of general operational procedures of that. Well, somebody comes.
I agree with that.
If somebody has a complaint, we shouldn't shut off their water, we shouldn't charge them the late fee when there's questions.
Well, so that may need to be addressed in the procedure as well.
I will tell you, we have 95 people in Pearl, every one of them.
Yeah, that might be a difficult way, that might hamstring the city's enforcement.
Yeah.
I really think it would hamstring the city's ability to enforce anything. If somebody simply says, oh, I have a complaint, and then they don't have to pay, that's tough.
I don't think you're saying he has to.
I'm saying that they don't pay the water shut off and they don't get charged a late fee.
But the shut off,
But they still need to, they pay the, if it's just a standard complaint, they still need to pay the bill.
Well, with that input to the process, and if you would like to discuss that further with staff, but in preparation of that policy, let's do that.
Much more complex than that, and
Okay.
I need to explain situations that we've got ourselves into in the past.
And I'm sorry, Ron, but the next person in line is.
So this is due to your water bill, this thing here.
I know, but we've kind of put that to bed, if that's okay.
All right, I really want to say this.
Real quick, please.
I've also had complaints throughout the city this time where people are paying their phone bills on the electric, the computer line. What is it? You pay it online? And it's not being received in a timely manner, and they're being cut off. So that's just something that y'all might want to tweak also. Your online bill paying process for your water bill did not work for maybe 25 people this month.
Okay, thank you for that update. Connie Hughes? She's not nice left.
That was resulting in their water being turned off.
Okay. And last but not least, let us know.
Last but not least, congratulations, good installation tonight. Rick, Cameron, you landed on solid ground. Landed on firm ground with the city of Lake Elm. I served on this commission for 16 years. 8 of which was mayor. Mayor and 8 as a city commissioner. I tried to follow my predecessors and the groundwork that they had laid before me. And I held true to that because there was a lot of wisdom that went into everything that happened up to that point. And all those that served before you kind of laid the groundwork. And I've had the pleasure of serving with several of you. And we landed on firm ground. One thing that I do wish that you follow is our comprehensive land use plan. There's a lot of work that went into that. That is a solid, firm foundation to build on. So don't ignore that. And don't be tempted to feel that you have to make a decision at every meeting. You always have the option of tabling it. If you need more information, don't feel that you're pressured into something. I have about 3 different items I want to cover. I've heard a number of times, and I agree that our charter needs tweaking. But I've heard that we're in violation of state statute. I've never heard it explained or expressed by anyone, including our city legal, where we are in violation of state law. And if we are, the public deserves to know what the violation is. I have read through the city charter, and I don't know where the violation or the illegality of our charter is. So if you know, please express to all of us so we can know where we're in violation. I do support a charter review. You know, we've had 3 in the last 20 years. They've all been denied and for various reasons. It doesn't hurt to tweak the charter. I owned a home in Lake Elm for 48 years while I raised a family. I recently sold that, and I was very selective in who I sold it to. And Mr. Bennett, the Bennett brothers, and the B&B underground utilities that went to the city, done a lot of work in the city. They agreed to sell that place to them. During that process, we came to City Hall and asked what are the requirements for what they were to do. They could park vehicles there and store some equipment. That's not least. In the process, they wanted to erect a fence that was consistent with what the requirements of the code required the process. They were given all the requirements, they filed an application, they completed the application. The permit's been on hold because the Historic Preservation Board will not meet again until the middle of January. They're under a burden with the county to vacate the current premises, they cannot carry forward with their fence, until historic preservation board. If I remind you, East Ohio Avenue, the main portion of what you would see, is in the very extreme back of that property. And that fence is only going to buffer that visually, that back half, that you literally almost cannot see.
And you had a fence there for many years, correct?
And I had a fence there, you know, being compliant with the code, they won't, an opaque covering over the fence. They're up to snuff on everything, but,
I didn't realize that was part of the gateway corridor.
I'm sorry?
I didn't realize that was part of the gateway corridor.
Well, it's not exactly.
Well, how wide is that?
And you view everything on that area from out on east.
Would it be,
That's why I'm wondering why, does it go in front of the historic preservation board if it's not?
That's where a code, that's where a permitting clerk told us about it. He wanted to be here tonight, he says, I can't be, because the police can do that.
The former mayor did visit with us, and as far as, this is a couple of months ago, as entirely legal without the necessity of HPD. We'll look into it tomorrow. I don't see a problem in getting a permit. As far as I know, it's not part of the HPD jurisdiction.
so if that's your by consensus, I think, get some relief there.
Yeah.
Am I right?
One last item.
Yes, sir.
Ariel Faith, when she was in the office upstairs, I had loaned her 4 chairs. I see she's not there now, but my chairs still are.
Can I go?
You want them back?
I just wanted it recorded that I still own those chairs.
Okay. So recorded.
So noted. I will finish up the meeting by saying, it is my intent to find a way to shorten these meetings. And I'm not saying that willy-nilly. We've got to find a way. And I'll be working hard on that.
2 meetings a month?
We've got a lot of minutiae we just have to go through because of our charter. That's one of the things that strongly lends itself to charter review. The charter requires us to do these things. So we gotta make some things happen.
It only requires minimum of once a month. You can do more than once.
I know, we can do more than one fun meeting. We may.
That puts an undue burden on staff.
Yeah, it does. We may be looking to call a special meeting. We'll see. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Good night.
I gotta be at KFC tomorrow. 7 a.m.
I apologize. I didn't know how to make it any quicker tonight. This is good. I think the meeting. Yeah. I know, we all do. And I really don't want to force to think we're under. That's so important. I couldn't tell, no. It's impossible. It's impossible. But, I think the next one.
No, you're right, bro. You're right. I got another question for you.
I don't know. I think that tonight while we sit here, what we do is blah, blah, blah.
That's what I asked that.
I'm not gonna require anybody else.
Oh, I know.
You're still here. Yeah, it was kind of interesting. Because I was waiting for the church thing.